through life, and when AFib throws it off, every beat matters. The elite team at Deborah Heart and Lung Center diagnose and treat AFib with advanced technology and a focused expertise, measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the nation. From diagnosis through recovery, it's the team that's with you every step of the way. Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's up, Pennsylvania? How are you doing? It is your girl, Kathy Barnett. There's so much I want to talk about, and so I'm just going to get right into it. The call-in number is 855-839-1210. And again, this is the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm Kathy Barnett, sitting in for her. I want to start. I saw this clip yesterday, and I was trying to find a short version or just, listen to the whole thing and then just find a clip or two for you guys to listen to. But as I started listening to the heart of this mother and the conditions under which she was sitting before the House Judiciary Subcommittee hearing on sanctuary city policies, the more I listened to her, the more my heart just bled for her. But not just her. I think she summed up what so many of us are feeling right now in the state of our union, and especially as we get ready to enter into this celebratory moment of celebrating America's 250th year. And yet there seems to be like this cloud, a little bit of oppression even, kind of tempering the joy. And I think, this mother explaining why she is sitting here summed it up. Can you go ahead and play that?
Hi, my name is Sheridan Gorman. My name is Jessica Gorman. I'm the mother of Sheridan Grace Gorman. Sheridan was 18 years old. She was a freshman at Loyola University Chicago. She was beautiful. She was funny, faithful, loving, full of plans to build something with her life. On March 19th, Sheridan went with friends to the lakefront in Chicago because they hoped they might see the northern lights. She never saw those lights. The man accused of murdering my daughter is Jose Medina, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela who should not have even been in this country. And even after committing a crime and having an outstanding warrant, he was left on the streets of Chicago to murder my innocent American child. But this story, it's not about him. This story is about my Sheridan. It's about how failed border policies, sanctuary city laws, and twisted leaders refused to cooperate with ICE. They sent her to her grave. It's about a government and politicians that forgot their first priority. And the question before this committee is painfully simple. When did protecting our American citizens stop being your first priority? And even more important, why did protecting our American citizens stop being your first priority? I want an explanation, I need one, and I deserve one. But first, I want you to know who my Sheridan was. I want you to understand what we all lost because of your mismatched priorities. My husband and I have always joked that our older daughter, Madeline, is our pride, while Sheridan was our joy. From the moment she was born, Sheridan was pure energy, enthusiasm, laughter, fun. She was the kind of person who made every room brighter and usually a little louder. Which is why when Sheridan was in kindergarten, I remember going to her first parent-teacher conference. I was a little nervous because while she was the sweetest little girl you could possibly imagine, she was also the chattiest. I remember sitting down across from her teacher, bracing myself and asking with bated breath, "So, how's my Sheridan?" I'll never forget when the teacher looked at me very seriously and said, "I only have one thing to say to you." Oh, my stomach dropped. Then she said, "Your Sheridan stalks the buddy bench." I remember blinking at her. "I'm sorry, what?" She said, "Your Sheridan stalks the buddy bench." I was totally confused and I asked, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? And what exactly is a buddy bench? And the teacher smiled and said, "It's a beautiful thing." She explained that they had a bench in the play yard. She said that not all kids are as outgoing and confident as your Sheridan, so the children were told that if they wanted to play or if they felt lonely, left out, shy, they could sit on that bench. And then the other children were told that if they saw someone sitting there, they should go over, talk to them, ask them to play. And apparently Sheridan, my tiny kindergartner, had appointed herself the guardian of that bench. Every day at recess, instead of heading straight to the swings or joining in a game of kickball, my daughter hung back and hovered by the nearby tree, just watching that bench, just waiting, just in case someone might need her. Kids didn't even have a chance to fully sit down on the bench before Sheridan was rushing over to take them, to take their hand, pull them away. Girls, boys, first graders, kindergartners, it really didn't matter to her. If a child looked lonely, Sheridan went over. If someone had no one to play with, Sheridan was there. If someone felt invisible, Sheridan saw them. That was my daughter, and that is who she was until the day she was stolen from us. And I honestly can't make sense of it. I cannot make peace with it. And in what world does the child who spent her life making sure no one was lonely die terrified and alone on a pier in Chicago? In what world does the girl who saw everyone become invisible to the people in power responsible for protecting her? This cannot be explained away, and it cannot be buried beneath a list of unrelated issues that you all paraded before us. Thanks for telling me without telling me that, you're here, but you don't want to be. This is the fourth time you had angel families. Thanks for telling me you don't care. This cannot be buried under your slogans, your statistics, or excuses, and this just can't stand. So today, I bring this back to the buddy bench. I think Congress needs one. I think every governor, every mayor, every sanctuary city official and politician shifting blame and interest, hiding behind their slogans and talking points should have to all sit on one. And I challenge you all to sit down with me, take my hand, look me in the eye, and then explain to me, because I just don't understand. Explain why people here illegally matter more than your American citizens. Explain why sanctuary policies matter more than my Sheridan's life. Explain why cooperation with ICE was too much to ask for, but asking our American parents to bury our children is somehow acceptable. Ask me. I need you to tell me. I want you to imagine that little girl on the buddy bench, that innocent college freshman with a heart full of compassion and a head full of dreams that was gunned down by an illegal immigrant, I want you to imagine that was your daughter, not mine. What if she was yours? Would you even hesitate for 1 second to act or to make changes? My Sheridan spent her whole life choosing others. Today, I'm just asking this committee in our Congress, in our country, to choose her. She was worth protecting. She was worth saving. And she was worth your brave vote. To all of those who have supported us, who have prayed for us, who have cried with us, And to those who've had the courage to speak out and say Sheridan's name, thank you. Because every time you say her name, you give a piece of her back to us. You remind the world that Sheridan was not a talking point. She wasn't a statistic or a headline. She was our daughter. She will always be my sweet sunshine. And if the people who failed her would rather look away, then I'm asking the rest of you to look right at her. Here she is. There's she and I. Here she is. This is taken the day before she died. Say her name, tell her story, and demand better. Because my Sheridan Grace Gorman should still be alive. And no mother should have to stand where I am standing, begging elected leaders to value my child's life after it's already too late. I cried when I came into the room. I saw this poster that you made. It says, at every stop, the system had a chance to stop him. At every step, it failed. And my daughter paid for those failures, your failures, with her life. No family should ever have to bury a child because public officials fail to put American lives first. I'm just asking you to choose us. We choose you. We choose you. Choose us. Why does my child matter less than an illegal immigrant? Why? Listen, I have a heart. I love immigrants. Two of my best friends in this whole world are immigrants. They came here the right way. I absolutely think they make America beautiful. But my daughter's beautiful too. I need you to think about what these policies are. And I need you to imagine this is your daughter, because I'm very sure you won't be cutting off anyone when they're speaking. I'd be very sure you won't call this a political stunt. The grief is real. Every day I wake up with unimaginable pain. Do you know what I wake up in the middle of the night and I think, did my daughter cry for me? She made it 40 feet. She made it 40 feet running for her life. Did she cry out for me? She died on that pavement all by herself, lonely, bleeding on that pavement. And I will never, ever rest. I actually have to say that I am devastated. My husband and I, we're only a couple years away from retirement. I've worked my whole life so hard. All I wanted to do was just enjoy our children. Just wanted to enjoy my Sheridan, my Madeline. And now I'm bitter. I'm bitter because I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a lover. I love children. I love pumping people up and making them feel good about themselves. I'm not racist. I'm not xenophobic. We've done everything right, my husband and I. We taught our daughter to be wonderful, beautiful person. Her love was extravagant. And now I'm going to have to spend my last waking moment, I'm going to have to spend fighting against these policies, fighting for people to say her name. So if you have the courage, please come talk to me. Come sit on that bench. I'll buy Congress a bench. Talk to each other. Talk to each other. We shouldn't be screaming across the room. I mean, we also shouldn't say but, because I have to just say, and I understand that you're here for a reason. I don't understand why it's only the Republican side that cares about our American children. And I know that you're a mother. I know that you're a father. I deeply value that. But basically what you just did, what you said was, I'm so sorry for your loss. I have a daughter too. I have a son. I feel your pain. You don't. You don't feel my pain. Because the next words out of your mouth were, but. There's no but. When your child is in the coffin, there's no but. And I need you to understand that. And if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. I'm going to buy you a bench. You can put that on the record. I'm going to buy Congress a bench. And they can come and sit and hold my hand and look me in the eye and explain to me why illegal immigrants are more important than my daughter. I really want to know because I don't understand. Please, I welcome you. I will listen.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Help us. Help us. Help this country. I love America, and I'm so grateful to God that I am a citizen of the greatest country that has ever existed. And yet my heart is broken for this nation because we have chosen these elected officials who will not legislate. We have judges who will not judge appropriately. We have citizens who are ashamed of their own country, who are burning the flag. We have people every turn, they're trying to stop goodness. No matter what Donald Trump does, if the man walks on water, they will call him, I don't know, right? He's not doing it right. How can we survive? And this woman, I'm listening to her, and my heart was broken because I have a son, I have a daughter, I love them with all my heart. I would do anything for my children, and yet I go to bed afraid. I wake up afraid because I don't know who my baby is going to come across, whose path they're going to come across. We are elevating everything that is despicable and immoral and degrading. And we degrade everything that is good and pure and holy in this country. Criminals, we let them out. Good people. I mean, I feel like I'm being set up. I feel like I'm being set up for failure by the very people we choose. We chose them to protect us. It's in the Declaration. We create governments in order to secure our liberties, our life, our pursuit of happiness. And yet the very people we've elected, they turn around and they stab us for an illegal. They push me down. They take away the future from my children so that illegals can have a future. I am not a xenophobe, but I prioritize my own house before I prioritize your house or the house of someone sneaking in from Venezuela. That's a fact. And you should also prioritize your house before you prioritize my house. Don't walk across to your neighbor's house trying to tell your neighbor how to live their life when your house is on fire. That's just common sense. And yet I feel as though I'm being set up as an American. You know what? Go and grill your hot dogs because this may be the last 4th of July as we have come to know it. This may be the last. We own the House, we own the Senate, we own the White House. And what have we done over the past 2 years? What have we done that has made life easier for me and for you? We're over here saving Venezuela. We're over here getting ourselves caught up in Iran. And I'm fine. I'm fine with all of that. If we're going to go in, beat these people in the mouth, do what we need to do, and then get back to our own country and fix it. We have an election. I mean, these people just running ruckshod all over us. And these Democrat socialists are not playing with you. They're not playing with us. And they're winning. And we're over here twiddling our doggone thumbs, sitting on our hands, clutching our pearls, and play that 30-second clip of the Democrat with her buck-eyed self. This buck-eyed heifer is what I call her. Listen to what this buck-eyed heifer who sits on the House Judiciary Subcommittee had to say when this mother just poured her heart out. Play it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by offering my deepest condolences to you, Mrs. Gorman, and to you, Mr. Abraham, for the loss of your children. As a parent myself, I can think of no greater loss, and I appreciate you being here to share their stories and their lives with us. Unfortunately, this hearing is, it's the 4th time in this committee that we've had a hearing on sanctuary cities. The 4th time.
The 4th time.
And
look at her, buck-eyed heifer. I can't stand these people. I can't stand these people. And I'm a lover. I love people. I am a cup half full kind of person. You have to be growing up how I grew up. And yet, these people are changing my disposition. And yet, I think they're changing the nation's disposition. They have no idea what they are creating. You're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland. I'll be right back.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Independence Day, the birth of America. As we celebrate our great nation's 250th birthday, it's time to reflect on our forefathers' struggle to take control and free our country from a political system that failed to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Many Americans in their retired years are searching for a way to take control of their life savings and are struggling to find financial independence. I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Our proprietary Crash Proof Retirement system guarantees financial independence. There is no market risk, there are no fees, there's just peace of mind knowing you'll always move forward, guaranteed with certainty. Declare your financial independence from Wall Street. You've worked a lifetime for it. You earned it for a lifetime. Shouldn't you keep it for a lifetime? Call 800-722-9728 or visit CrashProofRetirement.com.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, mine starts here.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, Pennsylvania, I love you. I love you, Pennsylvania. I love you, Philadelphia. I mean, we honestly have some amazing people in this country. This is Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. I mean, we absolutely have some of the best people in this country. And yet we have leaders who refuse to lead. We have elected legislators who refuse to legislate. They're puppets. And me having ran for U.S. Congress, U.S. Senate, flying around the nation with Vivek Ramaswamy when he ran for for the presidency back in 2024, I got to spend a large amount of time behind the curtains with our quote unquote elected officials. And let me tell you, I walked away thinking we are screwed. These are some of the most empty vessels you ever want to meet. They're so self-serving. And I'm not even talking about Democrats. I'm talking about Republicans. They're so self-serving. So I understand completely. I get it. I know why. You have John Roberts, who should be above the politics, constantly thinking about the politics. I know why. The Senate just took they're taking 2 weeks off for vacation for 4th of July. How many of you get to take 2 weeks off? Then they're going to come back for, I don't know, a week or so. And then they're off for the entire month of August. How many of you get to take the entire month of August off? And then we have very real problems. We are screwed if we don't figure out how to secure our elections. I mean, screwed. Think of a better word. I use it. But it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Yeah. Oh my gosh. And when I ran for office, we have some of the best voters. We really do. And I love you guys. But as well as I know, we have some extremely goofy people, extremely gullible people in our party. And we have some very goofy people in the world around us, in our nation. And I used to say all the time, I understand why good people don't run for office. That's the reason why I had John Alante McAuley on the show. I had William Small on the show this week, because these are young men who are out here on the ground, beating the ground, knocking on doors, sharing a better story about this country. And yet you have the system, the Republican system, that is trying to beat them down. Why? Because they are... most of those in who have their hands on the Republican Party, they really haven't accomplished much in life. They're very small people, and they get very threatened very quickly. And that's a fact. I'm not stating an opinion. I've been around these people for a very long time. And, and it's very unfortunate. But I understand completely why we have these self-serving gluttons in the Republican Party being propped up time and time again. Good people like myself, smart people like myself, hardworking people like myself jump in thinking, okay, well, surely when people see that who I am, they're going to have the good sense to vote. We need to do a better job. We need to do a better job of finding good people. We need to do a better job of supporting good people. We need to do a better job of actually taking over the system. That is where I am right now. We need to take over the system. I don't know if you guys read the book by Patrick Moynihan, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. This man, he worked with LBJ, with Nixon. He was a senator, and he wrote this book called Maximum Feasible Misunderstanding. And he basically laid out the system. No matter how good your intent is, no matter how many amazing people like myself who run for office, the system and the system only wants to protect the system. And I don't care if that's a Republican system or a Democrat system. You're listening to Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Don Stensland. I'll be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
It's time to have the talk when your kids turn 18.
Parenting role doesn't end, but our legal authority might just be ending.
Financial planner Craig Bolano says you need to talk to your 18-year-old about documents that give you a say in their medical decisions.
A durable power of attorney for medical. You will want a durable power of attorney for property. You do want these HIPAA waivers built in.
I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
A simple piece of paper. It's something we use every day. For the most part, it does what it's designed to do. It sits there flat on your desk as a placeholder for information. But with a couple strategic folds, suddenly your flat piece of paper becomes an airplane and flies across the room. Your 401k is kind of like that flat piece of paper. It just sits there as a placeholder for your money. Alan Cohen of Spectrum Wealth Partners can show you those strategic moves to take your 401k from just sitting there to creating the income you need for retirement. Call today for a free no-obligation meeting. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at spectrumwp.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
What's up, Pennsylvania? You're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. And I was driving in to the studio yesterday, and I was listening to Sirius Patriot Radio on Sirius XM, and I was listening to Breitbart News Daily, and I heard this voice, and I'm like all the way driving like, yes, amen, amen. I just loved it. I reached out, slid into her DMs on Twitter, and she said, yes, Mary Walter, hello, how are you?
I am so honored to be with you and so excited because I know who you are. I hear you on the air, so I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much for reaching out to me. I was so flattered. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you for speaking truth. I love it. And I was driving in today and I heard you. And tomorrow you're going to be doing, I believe, Breitbart News Daily and David Webb's show.
I am not doing, no. I'm not doing the first one. I'm just doing David Webb's. But later today, I'm doing the afternoon show right here.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Well, you guys know Mary. I'm the one who's kind of late to the party, but now I know you, girl, and I have befriended you on Twitter. I hit that button to get all your posts, so I'm very excited that you said that you would come on. Okay, let's get into this because, I mean, I was like, okay, well, where do I want to start? It's just so much. And I played the entire interview or Jessica Gorman. I don't know if you saw this. Her 18-year-old daughter was murdered, Sheridan Gordon, and she went before lawmakers during the House Judiciary Subcommittee hearing on sanctuary city policies, and she just bled her heart out in front of everyone. And I was trying to find a way to just snip a couple of clips from it, but I just couldn't, because the more I listened to her, this woman is telling all of our stories.
Well, you should have told me you wanted it, because I played those clips yesterday. I had clips, and I would have been happy to share them with you.
Well, yeah, I just played the whole thing, the whole 10 minutes.
Oh, you did? You played the whole thing?
Because I must. Because the more I listened to her, the more she was speaking, I think, so many people's story. Our legislators won't legislate. The judges won't adjudicate properly. And I believe they are really... they have blinders on how the American people feel right now. We are hurting, and we are so angry at what is happening to our great country.
Yeah, there's so much to unpack here. The Sheridan Gorman story is just horrific. Just being shot in the back of the head by someone in the country illegally, and Republicans had up a chart in the room that showed every step of the way where this guy had an encounter with law enforcement and should have been deported, but because it was a sanctuary city, they did not report him to ICE, and they kept letting him go and letting him go and letting him go. And when Pramila Jayapal said, we're here again for a fourth hearing on this, to a woman whose daughter was killed 3.5 months ago, the strength of this mother, I don't know how she held it together as well as she did. I was tearing up listening to the audio. I was tearing up because you could hear her just breaking inside. And so she comes in front of these people, in front of Congress, who are elected to represent us. They're supposed to be our representatives, which we all forget, and so do they. And instead of her daughter having representation in Congress, their lack of representation of us got her killed.
Yeah.
And when this woman gets a chance to sit in front of Congress, and this is not the first time she's done this, God bless her, she sits there to be, the first thing she hears is a politician saying, I have to do this again. I have to listen to this again.
The fourth time. Yeah. I played 30 seconds of her saying that after playing the full clip of Jessica Gorman just bleeding out her heart. And you're right. It's absolutely unacceptable. And yet we control the House, the Senate, the White House, and very little of the things that we put Donald Trump and these Republicans in office to achieve has been achieved. We're too busy gallivanting all around the world trying to solve everyone else's problem. And one of the chief issues, the SAVE Act. And now these people are on vacation for 2 weeks. They're going to come back, and then they're gone for a month. I mean, and they're looking at us. I don't know what they think our response is going to be, except for, oh, well, I guess we can't do anything. We're about to lose this country.
Well, and there's a lot there too. So maybe you can help me. I'm going to start a GoFundMe to have air conditioning put in the Capitol so that they don't have to leave every August because it's hot.
Yeah.
What that started. That's what that is. That's a tradition that they left in August because DC was hot and humid because it's in a swamp. And so they had to leave every August because it was too hot. It is no longer too hot. They have air conditioning, so there is zero excuse, but they don't want to work.
Tradition. While the rest of us, my babies walk outside the house to drive to their friend's house or to drive to their track practice, and I'm concerned about who my child is going to meet, whose path are they going to cross, and what is going to happen to my baby. And we should not be it's unacceptable that we're living like this.
And I agree with everything you're saying, and I think the majority of the American people agree with everything that you're saying, but we have to understand, and this is the way I look at it, and people can disagree with me. I look at it as, first of all, the left has told us they will do anything for power. Yeah. Anything for power. They have flat out told us that. So believe them when they tell you who they are and what they will do and what they want. They want power, and they will do anything for it. And I'm sorry if your daughter happens to get shot, but, It's power. Got to keep the seats. Why do you think they've come out and said, Graham Plattner, they can't afford to not seat him in Congress if he wins, which he will, because they need the power. They want the House and the Senate so badly, they will put a man like Graham Plattner in there to represent them. That's why they're allowing the Democratic Socialist wing of the party expand at the rate it's expanding, because they will caucus with the Democrats, and it gives the Democrats power.
But the
And that's
Democrat
what this is
Socialist,
about.
and I've been spending a lot of time on the Democrat Socialist website. And it's just, utterly ridiculous. And history says this is a farce and it won't work out for the betterment of our nation. But even on their own website, they are hypercritical of the Democrat Party.
Yes.
And they call them out by name. They are not a part of the Democrat Party. However, they're using the infrastructure of the Democrat Party in order to gain access to the voters and, to your point, to gain power. And I know Democrats are now beginning to become aware of that because the Democrat Socialists are taking their seats. But do you think they're going to, like these old Democrat guards, are they going to do anything about it, or are they just going to allow them to continue?
It's interesting because there some of the Democrats are speaking up, and I was laughing because one of them spoke up earlier this week or late last week and said, to the Democratic Socialists, stop using us as a means to power. And he's complaining that to get on the ballot, they're running as Democrats, even though they're Democrat Socialist. And to your point, they're against half of what the Democrats stand for. They come out and flat out say it, but they use the Democrats, their fundraising, their connections. They run as Democrats. They will caucus with the Democrats, but they will not vote with the Democrats. And he was saying, stop using us. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, dude, if somebody's using it, nobody uses you without your permission.
I know.
So you're letting this happen. No one takes advantage of you unless you let them. And I think that there's a part of the Democrat Party that will be like, okay, but it'll get Trump out. They are so sick with Trump derangement syndrome that they will allow this to happen, and they'll deal with it later as long as we get Trump.
The first cousin of Trump derangement syndrome is never Trumpers, right? It's the exact same thing. But they have two different alphabets behind their name, whether an R or a D. And how do we overcome this? Because what we have now is a generation of Americans who have been fed on a daily basis that they should be ashamed of this country. They should be ashamed of their gender. They should be ashamed of the color of their skin. This nation is evil. And now those little beasts have grown up into these 30-year-old demons who are now running as Democrat Socialists, trying to destroy their own country, have absolutely no idea about history and how this is eventually going to work out, and yet they're running for power. And then you look at the Republican side, who should be a very easy, clear answer to what we're watching from the Democrat side, and yet our side are sitting on their hands. They won't do anything.
Right, again, because John Thune is a never Trumper. How he got elected to be the Senate Majority Leader is beyond me, because he was a never a Trumper in 45, and suddenly he's like, oh yeah, now the people have spoken, I want to be with Trump. No, he is protecting Collins, Murkowski, Tillis, and maybe one more who are also never Trumpers. And he doesn't want to put them, they don't want to go on the record with a vote for like the SAVE Act because they would vote against it. And so he's protecting them. There's a small cadre of never Trumpers in the Senate, and they are going to hold everybody else hostage because their jobs are more important than what happens with America. And they've also been there so long that they think that we've ridden out these storms before. This is never going to happen. But the Democrats have told us they will pack the Supreme Court.
Yeah. They've said it. They've said it.
Yeah, they will make D.C. and Puerto Rico states. Yeah, and get more seats in the Senate and the House. They told us what they're going to do, but I just think that they feel, like whenever you see a communist revolution in a country, the ruling elite always feel that they're above any kind of retribution, right? Like they're above it. That's not going to happen. They're above it because we're all on the same page. We're all at the end of the day, we're all taking the money out of the same pot. So they're never going to come for us. But they do. It's the same thing with the teachers, the educated elite, right? They come for them first. Who do they come for first? Right? In any kind of revolution like this, they come for the educated, they come for the teachers, they come for the doctors, they come for those because they have to be the smartest people in the room. And hopefully, listen, everything we're talking about here, I'm praying to God I'm dead by the time this happens. I'm gaming this out. This is where I am in life. I'm at that point in life where I'm like, 30 years, I could be gone. It's just the way but you can't, they refuse to stop it. We, the people, can only do so much as far as trying to hope that Washington, D.C. will stop it. We, the people, need to get involved on local levels. You know what? You talk about kids and how they've turned into these little socialists and look who they are now. You know what? Where were their parents?
Yeah. Did
any of those kids have a job? Because it's all young women too, by the way. Sorry, ladies, but it is. Yeah. You're the crazy ones. Yeah. There's ones who are running, one in New York who got elected. She's in her 7th year of a doctorate program.
Yeah, I know.
They don't work, they don't work. Where's their money coming from? You've got to look at the parents.
From you, the taxpayers. But you know what? I mean, like, you're absolutely right. Because as you begin to kind of, to walk back and to figure out where it is, I mean, like, there are many tools that are being used to dismantle our nation from within. I believe feminism is one of those tools. And I believe feminism has done such harm to our country. It has betrayed women. It's alienated men and women. It makes speech political to where you can't even talk. You can't use, I have to say cisgender instead of just a male or a female. So you
No, you don't. No, you don't. Wait.
I don't.
No, you don't. Do not give in to that. I
refuse.
I refuse. So you cannot compel speech from me. I'm sorry, but that's where it ends. Absolutely. That's where I put down my phone. I'm like, I am not going to use words you want me to use. You do not have that control over me. And anybody listening should never fall into that trap.
Yeah, absolutely. Mary Walter, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and I'll be back at 3.
At 3, look at you.
Everybody can join me. Thank you so much. What a treat. I really appreciate you, and have a great Independence Day.
Yes, blessings, Mary. Okay, guys, you're listening to Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. Here's the call-in number, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I will see you.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. Mm-hmm. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn here. With gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. Before your next adventure, make sure your vehicle is ready with United Tire's 4th of July sale. Through July 3rd, receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer and a great way to help keep your family safe on the road. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone, drive United. Finding your next home starts with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. Buyers and sellers gain access to exclusive savings, like a 20% cash reward. Enjoy lower rates and a variety of terms. Refinancing options are also available. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Woo! All right, we are closing out the first hour here. That number to call in if you want to be a part of the conversation is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Tomorrow, if you want, I will love it, have your children sitting by the radio or in the car. Make sure you turn it on. Go ahead and set your watch right now. I'm going to read to you the first couple of paragraphs out of the Declaration of Independence. Yes. How else do we get to pass on our values as a nation? I think we've all, well, not me, but I'm just going to say all have thought that it's just something, we just pick up by osmosis. It's not. We actually have to teach it. Tomorrow, I'm going to kind of walk through the Declaration of Independence, and I am going to kind of walk through what the Democratic Socialists of America are offering and just kind of the juxtaposed position, the compare and contrast between the two systems. And because I think it's necessary. On our side, we have and I practice ad hominems, right? I mean, people are just irritating. And you have to find a way to just like express what it is that you're thinking, that you're dealing with, and just how ridiculous these people are. But I think we focus on ad hominems, and then we only focus on ad hominems, calling people names, calling people stupid, or that's ridiculous, versus educating our people with what are the two systems that we're looking at right now, because it is not a guarantee that we're going to have a 251 or 251st anniversary of this nation, much less a 300th anniversary of this nation. We need to stop taking these things for granted. I think the it's the system. It's systems. It's systems, period. And I don't care if the system has an R in front of it or a D in front of it. It's systems. I don't care if we're talking about in politics or whether we're talking about in private business. It's systems. Individuals who go into the system may go into the system with great intent, but the system does what the system does, and that is to protect itself. We're absolutely seeing that with the Republican Party, and it's so interesting too, because when I decided to run for office, many within the Republican system who have their hands on the Republican apparatus, the systems, so they're not the voters, but the ones who are running the systems at county levels, for example, in Montgomery County, they will always say, oh, yeah, Montgomery used to be Republican. And they just kind of say it like, oh, yeah, like Montgomery County used to be all Republican, but now it's not, right? And now you have Chester County. Chester County was Republican for like 300, well, not 300 plus years, but for a very long time. And now it's not. And that just happened. And everyone is like, and then you have people, young Republicans who are coming up into this system, and they're trying to find their footing and a place and a home and a job, a work that they can do to turn our country around. And what is the system, the Republican system, doing? Well, it's playing whack-a-mole. Every time a new person, myself or anyone else, walk into the Republican Party and say, hey, I'm here and I want to be a part of it. I want to help. I want to get engaged. I have the ability to attract people to our side. Well, what does the Republican GOP system do? Well, it started playing whack-a-mole. It pulled, nope, you can't do that. You can't do this. Nope, we don't need you. Thank you so much. Apply some other day. Nope, we got it. We're okay. We got our good old boy who's been playing by the rules for a long time. It's their turn. It's not your turn. You can't come in. And they're just oblivious to the fact that we're dealing with a different kind of animal. Marxism, communism, it is on our shore. And these people are not playing with us. They have told us who they are. They have told us what they intend to do. Like, for example, again, I'm on the Democratic Socialists of America website. What is the one that they said? They said, we're going to end the U.S. war machine. We're going to greatly reduce the U.S. military budget. We're going to close overseas bases, and we're going to bring all of our troops home. We have no economic warfare is another one of their pledges, and they say, we're going to end economic sanctions that impact the sovereignty of other countries whose governments act independently of the United States, such as Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. I mean, just kind of game theory that out, right? Just stress test that out. So we no longer have bases around the world. Now, I do believe that we need to realize we're not operating in the Cold War era any longer. There's a lot of asymmetry or irregular warfare that is being applied all around the world. You could just look at how what Iran is doing. You can look at what Ukraine is doing, right? Like, they don't have nuclear weapons, and yet they're presenting themselves formidable. It's called irregular warfare. So we need to update our how we engage these various nations. But imagine, if you will, if we just, bring all of our troops home, bring all of our marbles home. And I'm just going to play in my sandbox, and everybody else is going to be able to play in their sandbox. I mean, it's so ignorant of human behavior, so ignorant of human history. It assumes that we're all just good people and that we all want the exact same thing. It assumes that there are nations who don't have written in their very DNA, in their charter as a country, that our job is to spread, is intifada, is to take over. It's just so ignorant. And yet these people are now holding high offices in our country. Freedom of movement. They say this. Here it is. All workers to freely migrate between countries, not between states, but all workers should be able to freely migrate between countries to seek employment without restrictive immigration controls. We want to demilitarize the border. Again, open borders. We want to end all immigrant detention and deportations. We want immediate amnesty for all immigrants, regardless of current immigration status, and provide access to jobs, labor rights, and social services to all immigrants. These people are not playing. Universal suffrage. Extend full voting rights to people with criminal convictions and non-citizens, and establish statehood for Washington, D.C. These people are not playing. They have it on their website. They're very, very clear. Chris Rabb from Pennsylvania, from Philadelphia, he is going to win, and he is an open Democrat socialist. This is their platform. What more do you need to know, Americans? Those of us who love this country, yeah, go grill your hot dogs. I'm going to be out there grilling, having a good time with my family, jumping in the pool, playing with my chickens, and fixing my garden, picking apples from the apple tree. Yeah, I'm going to be doing all of that too. And then I'm going to get back to work. You guys need to wake up. It's exhausting. Do you think people like me just going to carry it all on our backs? While you kick your feet up, twiddle your thumbs, and say, oh, well, I don't know what to do. I'm telling you what to do. And I will continue. So make sure you have your children sitting in front of the the radio tomorrow, and let's walk through what the Declaration of Independence says. Let's read some of our amendments in the Constitution. We talk about the First Amendment. Do you guys even know what the five rights are in the First Amendment? You should know this. It's not just the First Amendment. And most people just think freedom of speech, freedom of religion. Do you know there are 5 rights in the First Amendment? You need to know this. You have these free Constitution guides all over the place. Go pick up one. Go Google it. All you have to do is just Google it. Declaration of Independence. Read it to your children. You guys have to do your part. You cannot rely on me or others to carry it. It's exhausting. It is exhausting. And after they take these seats, they're coming to take you and your children. These people are not playing. I get to that too. Oh, yeah, they talk about your children. These people are not playing, and they're winning seats. This is Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland. I'll be right back on the other side.
All right, we're enjoying our summer vacation, 4th of July, America's 250th, whatever it is. It's also time to think about your home. Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and even though I'm not with you this week, I know that if you're looking for a contractor who can help, you got to think about my friends at Emmons. EmmonsRoofing.com. Emmons delivers protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons is my go-to contractor for roofing, siding, and windows. And they even have a new bathroom division, and they remodeled the kids' bathroom, and it looks just absolutely amazing. Emmons doesn't just make your home look great, it makes it stunning from the curb. Energy efficient, secure, and ready to withstand the elements. You're going to get top quality, American-made products. It's going to increase your home's value and make your home more beautiful. From lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, to siding that insulates, to windows that blend style and performance, Emmons has you covered. Go to EmmonsRoofing.com. My great friends at EmmonsRoofing.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, Pennsylvania, and specifically Philadelphia. Hey, New Jersey, Delaware, how y'all doing? This is your girl, Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show. So very grateful to be here. On the line, let me give you guys the telephone number before I bring my next guest in. The because I would love for you to call in. That number is 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. Ida Tehran, is it? Hello?
Hi, Cassie.
Hi, Ida. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so very grateful. I know we were playing phone tag, email tag, going back and forth in DM on Twitter, but thank you so much for being patient with me.
No worries. No worries. Thank you for offering this opportunity.
Absolutely. Guys, Ida Tehran, she was born and raised in Iran. She is a self-described patriot, pro-U.S., pro-Israel, she shares analysis and facts to counter narrative manipulation, things like that. On Twitter, that's how I stumbled upon you. A mutual friend introduced me to you out there on Twitter, and I see, and this was last week, or maybe, I don't even know how long the Memorandum of Understanding was an agreement before it immediately began to get dismantled. But I put out a question last week, like, what exactly did America get for the Memorandum of Understanding? And I'm just going to start off with asking, do you still feel the same way? Because you were very pro Memorandum of Understanding. Now, after a couple of days, we see that no one is abiding by that agreement. It's not giving us the peace we thought we were going to get. What do you think?
This is what I was expecting, exactly. People were, from my understanding, I am following this, the politics movements for over decades. And I was following the how things led to the war in February 28th. And it was very, very similar to this. This is something that President Trump is usually doing. Like, he is giving the regime this false sense of security. And it is very obvious, because most of the people don't maybe have an abstract understanding of what is happening in Iran and also in the region.
Well, what is happening? If we have a false sense of understanding of what's happening in Iran, what is the accurate narrative?
Yes. The thing is, it is far more complicated.
Yes.
And far more layered than people are, they are being presented with people. Your false sense of understanding, it's not your fault. It is a big, massive propaganda machine activated to make it as simple as it is. It is the Israel war. It is not our fault. It is not like that. It is, I understand why people are seeing this like this, but it is not the truth. They have to consider that this is not truth. The truth is, this regime is a cancer that has 47 years of money, of lifelines, of proxy across the region, in Lebanon, in Iraq, and it has lifelines that they are pretending that they are against the regime, but they are on the, behind the curtain, they're all saving the regime. So it is not as easy as people think that, go and bomb them and everything will be happily ever after. What is President Trump is trying to do, and I really, as an Iranian, I am appreciating him for doing it, is he is trying to manage the aftermath. Removing this regime with extreme violence isn't that complicated. It is very easy. They can bomb the infrastructures and finish the job, but nothing will be left from my country, from Iran. What he's trying to do is exactly preparing the stage and preparing the stage for the aftermath, so it wouldn't be that catastrophic. You remember what Biden did in Afghanistan. He didn't have any plan, any understanding of the aftermath, and it ended up like a catastrophe. This is something that people should keep in mind. The Memorandum of Peace was a tactical pause, just to buy time to set this stage. And now you see that set this stage, what is happening in Iraq. The regime, what they were doing was, and it is not a, it was a waiver for, 60 days. And people were fixated on that, acting like it is a forever agreement. It wasn't. It wasn't clearly, it wasn't like that. And I think President Trump knows what he's doing, and people shouldn't take everything that's literal for this. It is what he did. Many people are saying that why he didn't finish the job, why he stopped the war. It was going very well. What I understand is like he stopped the collapse of the regime just one step before that, because he still wanted that some sort of power, centralized power to stay there. So the decision-making thing stay there. You have to remember that these savages have 90 million people as hostage. They killed 40,000, at least 40,000 people in 2 days. And they can go crazy. They can go act suicidal once again. So he has to prepare the stage in a way that he has. This is very, very, it's like, notifying a bomb to me. And it is people must be patient and don't lose the trust to President Trump. And they have to keep in mind that there are so many intelligence, so many, information that we don't have, and it's obviously we shouldn't have. Obviously, there are so many infiltrators inside the regime. There are so many, for example, defectors inside the regime that they are in line. Prince Reza Pahlavi said that he is organizing, people inside the regime, inside Iran, to get prepared for for when they, the final kick happens. And I have no doubt that this regime is going to collapse. It is no doubt for that. I mean, it is just not, sustainable anymore. It is too unstable situation inside the regime. As an Iranian, I clearly see it. It is super unsustainable. They have a leader that hasn't showed up for 3 months. And they didn't even bury their leader. These are very, very big deal. People underestimate it. But in their culture, it is very strange that they didn't bury Khamenei yet.
Right. Okay, Ida. So let me ask you this, Ida. And the reason why I wanted to bring you on is that, one, you were born and raised in Iran. Did you have to flee Iran?
Yes, sort of. I didn't flee because I came here as for PhD student. I got full scholarship thanks to our Shah legacy. We have very good universities in Iran that I could still manage to find some scholarships here and flee Iran by immigrating, actually.
Yes. And you have a very large following on Twitter, and I see the analysis that you're putting out, and you're speaking to a lot of Iranians on your page. And then, you have other people kind of chiming in and out, but I see, because I'm looking, when I finally read through the memorandum of understanding, it seemed almost clear to me that we did not get what we thought we were going to get. And out of that, I think most people like myself, conservative MAGA, we are a little over gallivanting around the globe trying to solve other people's problems. We want our president and our Congress to focus on solving our own problems. We were not for, the Ukraine war and giving so much of our resources to Ukraine, and many of us did not want to go into Iran. Now, I do believe that the narratives are very nuanced, right? Nothing is black and white. There's a lot of color and shades. But I believe most of us in conservative MAGA, for example, we know that Iran is horrible. And we know that Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism around the world. And we also believe that, it'd be a great thing to get these people out of office and to give Iran the opportunity to, to develop a different government. But I think coming out of Iraq and looking at Afghanistan and many others, most Americans have a bad taste in our mouth of going over into other countries and trying to solve other countries' problems. now Trump went in. And so many of us said, okay, we're in. Let's make sure we go in and we win. If we're going to do this, let's do it. Let's do it quickly and let's get out. And instead, Iran seems to be this dragging out of an issue. Like we're never fully getting to the end of it. I think that's where a lot of people find themselves right now. And now we're looking at this memorandum of understanding, which has basically become just toilet tissue paper at this point. Nobody is abiding by it. What are your thoughts?
I agree. I completely understand your stance as an American. But again, it is because I believe it is because of the propaganda that the regime has tried to portray that, oh, we are great. I grew up in Iran, and in Iran, I understand you don't want to you want to live your life. You don't care about these people, but they are obsessed with destroying America. This is about your own security. Something like 9/11 happened exactly because of this, like, okay, we want to live our life. No, it isn't. They are not going to leave you alone. That's the problem. I grew up in Iran. Every single step at the school, every day you have to chant "Death to America," not "Death to." I don't know why even they're so. I know why they are so obsessed with America, because the whole idea was to, to cut the. It is a very another whole story. But America has so many enemies, and they are so dedicated to destroy America. And you have to, this is something President Trump, what he is doing is something that no other president had the guts. They knew the problem. They knew the problem is Iran, but they didn't have the guts to go and face it. He's doing a very, very courageous job. And he is exactly what he's trying to manage it in a way. You know, what they did in Iraq, they made a mess because they destroyed the country. They, while they were destroying Saddam, they destroyed the country as well. So, and also in Afghanistan, it was just wrong. It was the way that the approach that they made was completely wrong. It was coming from not understanding the culture, the people, what they want, what they need. Eventually, you need these people to be pro-America, to be able to things to win. You don't want, we Iranians, luckily, we don't need nation building. We already have, this alternative, our Prince Reza Pahlavi. Everything is in line. We just need help to get rid of this regime. And as I said, it is not just for us. It's a mutual benefit. Like President Trump is doing all of this for American security. But at the same time, he also needs us. He also needs Iranians to cooperate. So for that to not lead to another perpetual war like Afghanistan and Iraq. And that's, yeah.
Yeah, Ida, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your perspective. I don't think that it is a perspective that, I love being able to bring people on who have lived experience to share from their advantage point. I think it gives us, it allows me to know what I believe and why I believe it better. And it allows me to go out and articulate my own view, whether I agree with you exactly or not. One thing we do agree on is that the current regime is evil, and that it has done so much harm to its own people. And not only to its own people, but it is the world's #1 sponsor of state terrorism. And I do agree with you that the world will probably be better off without them. And yet,
there's also something that people may not notice, but many of the things, the stabilization that is happening already in U.S. is funding, is getting from Iran. They're coming from Iran. They have that. And this is, believe me, the world is going to be the U.S. is going to be a very, better place after this regime is gone. But what I would suggest, what I would like to your followers just to know that you got to be proud of yourself. Americans must be proud of themselves and must be proud of President Trump, definitely. And I don't want you to lose your trust and hope for President Trump, because this is what they are trying to do. They are trying to lose support, weaken the support for President Trump, and this way they may get away with it.
Yeah,
you gotta trust in President Trump.
Thank you so much, Ida Tehran. Ida Tehran, right? And people can find you on Twitter.
Exactly.
Okay. Born and raised in Iran, self-described patriot, pro-U.S., pro-Israel. And I have seen her out sharing her story. A lot of followers listen to her as well. Thank you so much, Ida. I appreciate it.
So much. Have a nice day. Rest of your day. Bye.
Yes, blessings. Okay, guys, I'm going to go to break, come right back. And I have Batya Ungar Sargon. You guys may be very familiar with Batya. Love her. I'll be right back.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera hot tubs and receive a free freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Looking for fitness and fun at home? Endless pool deals are hot. Get 50% off all accessories like an underwater treadmill or aqua bike. Plus, for a limited time, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehottubs.com and make this summer your most relaxing yet. See store for details. Offers end July 12th.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
What's up, Philadelphia? Oh my goodness, time flies so fast, but I'm so very grateful to be here and to be able to talk to all of you. This is Kathy Barnett sitting in for my double good girlfriend, Dawn Stensland, on the Dawn Stensland Show. Here is the call-in number, 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. And online with me is Batya Ungar Sargon. Hey, Batya.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
I adore you, and God,
it's so mutual.
I get you in all angles. I get the Substack. I watch you on News Nation. I see you on Twitter. I'm so very grateful that just listening to you and the clarity and the earnestness, I think that is what so many Americans are looking for right now. We're looking for something that is authentic, and you just ooze it, Batya. I'm so very grateful for you.
Oh, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Yes, I am earnest to a fault. It is my
It is, girl.
my most defining feature.
It is our Achilles heel. I just cannot help but tell you the truth as I see it, right?
Exactly.
But that's the thing. It's as
Exactly.
I see it, right? I believe no one has the market cornered on truth. However, I believe truth exists. And I believe it is incumbent upon each of us to go out, do our research, work as hard as we can to find what we believe to be true, put a stake in the ground, hold that position until more insight comes. And then you pick up that stake and you run towards it.
100%. I think it's, there are people who are very, very certain that what they believe is true. I'm not like that. I'm doing my best to figure out what's true, but I will never say something that I know is false. And I think that is the difference. A lot of people out there have picked a side and they will just tell you what they think their side's supposed to believe. And I don't believe in that.
I don't. I believe in our country. I believe that this country has done so much good. It has done so much good for me personally. My own lived experience says me being born American has benefited me in my life, right? And so I'm so grateful for 250 years. I want this nation to have another 250 years, but in the rate that we're going right now, I'm very concerned.
Yeah, it's scary. I know. I feel exactly like you. I couldn't exist in any other country. Like, I would not be me. My whole character is defined by what I see as my Americanness and my religion. And, those are so deeply entwined because the, form of my religion was really built up here in America, this kind of unique way that religious Americans have of combining our commitment to our freedoms as Americans with our commitment to our faith. It's a very unique American thing, and it's really cool.
It is.
And very, very deep. And I agree with you, but I also agree with you that it's a tough time. And look, I'm always going to be bullish on America. I cannot but be deeply optimistic about our nation just because of our past, but it is a tough time. It's a tough time on the left, and it's a tough time on the far right. We have to say it. It's challenging. So I'm there with you.
Yeah. Well, I initially brought you on because, the memorandum of understanding did not last very long. And, so I couldn't get you on fast enough before I think most people now are at the point realizing it's the equivalent of tissue paper. But when I read, but when it came out, talking to, kind of double clicking on what you just said, people pick a side and then they just say whatever they believe that side wants them to say. Because when the memorandum of understanding came out, all the talking heads on our side of the political aisle came out saying it's great, it's wonderful, this is it, wow. And I printed it, I read it, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, and I also went back and I Googled I tried to find the earliest time Donald Trump expressed his deepest opinion about Iran. And the earliest one I could find was November of 2011, when he wasn't even in office. And he said, we cannot allow Iran to go nuclear. And from that point all the way on, I have 4 pages that I have in my hands of him saying the exact same thing. No matter what, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And then I come to the memorandum of understanding thinking, well, at least we're going to get the one thing he's been talking about consistently. And that is Iran giving up all of their enriched uranium. And there was no such conversation about that in the memorandum. There was nothing definitive. It was essentially Iran gets everything, but it appeared to me. And what we get essentially is Iran promising to do what they had promised to do before.
I could not agree with you more. You know that I love Donald Trump.
Yes.
I love him as a president. I love him as a man. I think he has such a heart for this nation, for the American people, for the Jewish people. I hate this memorandum of understanding because to me it looks like total capitulation. And what's worse, Kathy, is that to me, reading this memorandum of understanding, it seems like Iran is in a much stronger place than it was before we engaged them, even though we destroyed them militarily with our amazing military capabilities. What they did was they moved the theater of war from the military side, which they cannot win, to the economic side, which they cannot lose because they're not a democracy and they can inflict endless economic pain on their people, whereas our people just can't afford even $1 more a gallon for gas. And the reason I say I think they're stronger now is because it seems clear to me that they have no intention of ever opening the Strait of Hormuz again. Like, they intend fully to charge tolls on it. And what leverage do we have now to tell them not to do that? They know that we can't sustain the economic pain. So it seems to me like they came out ahead, even though we destroyed them on the military front. It seems like total capitulation and very much a product of a kind of, not really President Trump's foreign policy, but more like the Vance appeasement, America isolationist view that I think is really divorced from where most Americans are at. Now, that said, I think from the president's point of view, he had two conflicting imperatives. And neither one could he compromise on. Number one, he promised the American people a great economy and lower prices. And number two, he promised them that Iran would never have a nuclear weapon. Now, those two things came in conflict with each other when Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. So what does the president do in a situation like that? He has two things that he absolutely has to do, but they are in conflict with each other. And I think what he did was he told, Vance to get a deal, whatever deal, just get the deal, get the strait open, get gas down before July 4th, get the economy rolling again. And then he told Rubio, go and defend our allies, go and make sure that Israel is safe from Hezbollah, go and bring peace, a lasting kind of peace between Israel and Lebanon. And you see kind of like those, or he gave each of them a piece of the assignment, right? Vance was tasked with getting gas prices down, and Rubio was tasked with protecting our interests in the Middle East. And it's very, I think that shows really incredible leadership on the president's part.
I do too.
He didn't force Rubio to go out there and defend the MOU because he knows Rubio doesn't like it. Instead, he gave him a different piece of the portfolio, a different file. And he's allowing the two heirs apparent to kind of give us a preview of what their foreign policy would look like. And I think that's pretty genius.
You know what? I do, right? I mean, I'm very skeptical of this memorandum of understanding. I mean, any intelligent, good faith person reading it, I think, will come out as you and I did after reading it, right? Of understanding it and then having, some sense of authenticity to say, okay, I will not lie to myself or to you about what I think about it. Okay, so that's to the side. So I disagree with the memorandum of understanding, but I do not believe it's mutually exclusive for me to disagree with something coming out of the Trump administration and still being very grateful that Trump is in office. I don't, we have many on our side of the political aisle that if you disagree at all, then that must mean you hate him and you hate the country. I don't think that's true. I think I can hold both positions, because no one is perfect. And as a Christian, Trump is not Jesus. So I expect him to be flawed. I expect him to do things and he's human, right? So I expect him to do things I disagree. But what I appreciate about Donald Trump, and I've appreciated it from before 2016 and on to today, is that he listens to the voices of the people. So you have these hawks who have never seen a war they didn't want to get involved in. But then you have people like myself, and I would assume you, this post-Iraq Republican, this newer group who's skeptical about gallivanting all over the world trying to solve other people's problems. And we want that attention on shoring up our own country, reducing costs, protecting our way of life as Americans. And I see Rubio and Vance leaning into, Vance leaning more into this hawkish interventionist agenda, and Rubio more of this, listen, we got our own problems.
Right. No, definitely. Although it is very interesting because it seems almost like, so Trump obviously is somewhere in the middle, right? He's very much in the Reagan model. So he doesn't believe in American exceptionalism, the version of the Bush eras of we're going to export democracy and we're going to use our military and our treasure to force it down the throats of, Muslims who don't want it, right? He utterly rejects that. He was against the war in Iraq at the time, unlike most Republicans, because he wasn't a Republican. Right. But I think he also does not really agree with Vance that we should completely withdraw from the world. that there's no difference between an ally and an adversary, that we don't have global interests, and that we don't need allies in order to enforce our interests across the world.
Right.
He thinks China's a real threat. I think he sort of has, he used to think, I think, that Russia could be a potential ally, but I think he's very disappointed with Putin. And he sees Iran as a massive threat. And he sees the Gulf allies as potential allies, but they're very fair weather friends, like they don't stick with us throughout, till the job is done. They change their minds. They're fickle. So I think that he doesn't believe in nation building, but he also doesn't believe in this idea that, we have no interests globally. It's very similar with the economy. On the one hand, he's very pro-labor, but on the other hand, he's very pro-capital. He's very pro-business. He wants a roaring economy that lifts the value of the labor of the working class, but not at the expense of innovation, not at the expense of, a booming stock market. He's a very interesting basket of contradictions almost, but it really works for him, both in terms of the foreign policy and in terms of the domestic policy. He's very nimble, and he has a very sensitive touch, and he's very, he can pivot on a dime if he thinks something's not working, which is very rare in a leader. So I do really think that we're seeing kind of where the future of the party is going, what the fault lines are going to be in 2028, and it's an interesting time.
Yeah. Last question. Do you think it's the propaganda machine, whether it's being paid for by Iran or whomever, that is causing people like myself and like you to not want to get entangled in the war in Iran?
Look, here's my position on the war. It wasn't something that I think I would have, it wasn't on my wish list. It does not detract from my support for the president. I very much want costs to go down. I think the cost of gas is extremely important to average Americans. I think Iran is a big threat, but I also think handing over, Congress and the Senate to the Democrats is a big threat, right?
Yeah.
So you got to mitigate all of those things. I do think that we retreated, and I feel humiliated by this MOU as an American. And I think if that was how it was going to end, it would have been better not to do it. But it's not over, right? J.D. Vance actually said on the Michael Knowles show a few days ago, oh, yeah, we're just taking a pause to refill our the oil coffers and so forth. I mean,
I saw that
true,
on your
then,
show.
If that's not the end of the world, I'm not sure I would have announced that because, I'm not sure we wanted the Iranians to know that, but okay, So, I do still have a lot of trust in the president. Even the most pro-Israel people that I know are like, he has a plan. Let him cook. He knows what he's doing. He's never going to abandon Israel. He's never going to betray the Jewish people. He's never going to betray America. So just give him a little faith. This is not the end. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Awesome. Batya, thank you so much for joining in.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Happy 4th, Kathy. You're one of the most patriotic people I know, and you always make me feel better about this nation.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you and your logic and your integrity in speaking what you believe to be true. I appreciate that.
Thank you, honey. Have a great 4th of July, and we'll talk soon. God bless.
God bless. Likewise. That is Batya Unger Sargon, the host of Batya at News Nation. You can see her on Saturdays at 7 p.m., Sundays at 11 a.m. Author of several really good books, especially that Second Class. I got that book on my shelf, and you can find her at Substack. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. The call-in number is 855-839-1210. I'll see you on the other side.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, veteran-founded and supporters of the Travis Manion Foundation. And you've heard me talk about the Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini-split they installed in our home office, which has been a game changer. My guys are putting their money where their mouths are. For every Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning unit installed, Marvin E. Cans will donate $100 to Travis Manion Foundation. MarvinECans.com, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Weather is sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Alrighty. You're listening to the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm Kathy Barnett, sitting in for her. What did you guys think about my two guests? Different sides of the Iran war. Both love the country. Both love Donald Trump, and yet both see it differently. I'm just looking at YouTube right now. I see, is it Bryn Mawr Builders? You say Trump knows who he's dealing with in Iran, but he's in a difficult position. America does not have the stomach for another Middle East war. And with the midterms coming, he needs prices to drop. I mean, it's so true. That entire statement is absolutely true. You have Americans who don't want to pay an extra dollar for gas, and I'm not going to demean them for that. And as an American, I don't mind paying an extra dollar in gas, but I want the SAVE Act passed, right? So my thinking, even when we went into Venezuela, the fact that we went in and came out immediately and we got rid of the top guy, okay, great, fine. Okay, moving on. Then we go to Iran. Well, I don't really want to go to war with Iran, mainly because I understand history, I understand systems, and that just taking out the Ayatollah Khamenei is not going to be enough, because what most people are just now finding out is that the systems in Iran go deep. So you can take out the first layer, you can take out the second layer of the org chart, and these people still have 3, 4, 5 different layers underneath that. And so Donald Trump is left with, do I have to completely annihilate and obliterate Iran? And I think his humanity prohibits him from wanting to take that nuclear, quote unquote, step. Like, in order to get rid of these people, the clerics that are in these fanaticals that are in control of Iran, he's going to have to do something pretty radical. They don't care if they lose some of their people on the ground. Donald Trump does. And I think his humanity prevents him. I think my own humanity prevents me from saying, wipe them off the map, right? And so if you don't have that kind of mentality that I'm going to do whatever it takes to win this war, don't start the war with Iran. That's history. History tells us that. These people are very fanatical. They do not care strapping a bomb on their babies and sending them into a playground where your babies are. And when you're dealing with that kind of person or that kind of mindset, you are not as invested in the outcome. Or in order to, I guess what I'm trying to say is that in order to wrestle with these people, you have to adopt their mindset by any means necessary. And if you're not willing by any means necessary to win this war, then don't start the war. I tell my children all the time, especially my beautiful, beautiful 20-year-old son, is that don't go out here trying to get up in people's faces, and try to blow up and, go tit for tat with people, because some people are more committed than you. I know my son. My son has a really sweet heart. He's not as committed to doing whatever it takes to take someone out. So as a result, you need to operate as such. I'm not as committed as some of these people to do whatever it takes. So I'm going to be mindful of where I go. I'm going to be mindful, if someone hits my car, I'm not going to jump out of the car, guns blazing, all in my emotions, because I don't know who that other person is. I'm going to try to let my frontal lobe kick in. I'm going to wait. It takes about 5 seconds for your frontal lobe to kick in. I'm going to breathe. Because some people are very motivated, and that's who Iran is. I think one of you guys actually said that. Like, what do you want? Him to kill everyone? I can't remember, or to annihilate everyone? Yeah, because that's where, in order for Trump to do what he needs to do, regime change. In order to get regime change, in order to go all the way to get regime change, what is it going to cost Trump? What is it going to cost you and me as Americans? What is it going to cost for the House? And you have to think about that. That is so sad that we have to think in terms of which do we want? Do we want to get rid of these radical clerics in Iran, or do we want Democrats to win? That's where Democrats are now. I will take the Iranian radicals versus the Democrat Party winning the House. That's how far we've fallen. What do you think about that, Andrew? Like that is where we are now. We're between a choice of, do I want the Iranian clerics, the radical Iranian clerics, to stay in office, or do I want Democrats to win? I can't have both. I can't have all Republicans and the Iranians out. I'm going to have one or the other. Either I'm going to have to deal with the Iranian radicals, or I'm going to have to deal with the Democrat radicals. I choose the Iranian radicals. Like, that's where we are right now.
I know. It's like pick your poison, right? The only thing is, like, if I had to choose one, I think you choose the one that is overseas. I think that's the one that makes the most sense. You deal with Iran, but over there in the Middle East, in Iran. I would rather deal with that problem rather than dealing with the problems that the Democrats and the Democrat socialists that you've been talking about for the last 2 hours are causing in America, with American politics, with American taxpayers, with American families, and how all of that is affecting families. Because I've got 2 little kids too, and I want them to have a future. I want them to be able to grow up in this, as another host on 1210 talks about, this greatest nation in God's creation. I think that's important. And I really do think that if we want our kids and their kids and their kids to have a future, we need to start dealing with these things now. And the points that you were talking about earlier with Congress going on vacation and being so lackadaisical about it and all of that stuff, it's just infuriating because we need things to get done and they don't care. Or at least they don't act like they care. If they can say they care until they're blue in the face, but until they actually get it done with passing the SAVE Act and dealing with the illegal immigrants that are still here and we're trying to get them out, and the sanctuary cities and sanctuary states and all of that, it's very frustrating and it's very difficult to see a way out of these messes that these politicians keep making for us and not getting out of.
Wow. I mean, so wonderfully stated. I mean, which is a greater threat? Which is a greater threat? Democrats winning the House?
I think it is.
Or the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps remaining in power? Which is a greater threat?
I think it's the Democrats because they're here. They're doing their thing here.
Those radicals are here.
Yeah, and they're working. I mean,
and winning.
Yeah, they're winning, and you see what's going on in every major city across America. You see the mayoral election in Los Angeles a few weeks ago. Zohran Mamdani, who's the mayor of New York City, is an openly Democratic socialist, and the things that he's trying to implement in New York City regarding the housing and the price freezing and all that stuff. That's exactly what happens in socialist communist countries, and you're seeing steps being taken that are ultimately leading to the government taking over and the government in control and of the distribution and the wealth and everything else that's going to be taking place. That's why people are getting out of those cities and getting out of those states, because they're unaffordable and they're turning towards those kind of regimes and those kind of powers, and the people who live in America who don't want that are going to have to stand up and fight for it. Like us, we're going to have to figure out a way to fight it if the politicians don't want to.
Really? I mean, it's
terrible.
Right now, so many of us on our side, we are nicer than God. Like, we're nicer than God. And in order to save our country, we're going to have to get real clear about what it is we want and how determined we are to get it and keep it. Stop being so nice. You guys are not that nice. Many of you are acting nicer than God. And you're not. Okay, I got to take a break. See you on the other side.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This July, celebrate America's 250th birthday with a home improvement project from Kitchen Magic you'll enjoy for years to come. Now through July 11th, save $2,500 on your new kitchen or bath project. For more than 45 years, Families throughout the region have trusted Kitchen Magic for beautiful kitchen and bath transformations, backed by exceptional craftsmanship and service. Plus, flexible financing options are available. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and save $2,500 during our America 250 celebration. Offer ends July 11th. Earn up to 3% cash back with your Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. You'll earn 3% cash back for essentials like gas and groceries, 2% for travel and dining, and 1% for everything else, like your morning coffee. Make sure you earn a little extra when celebrating our nation's 250th anniversary this summer. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Time. I tell you, boy, time really goes. Talking to Andrew is off, I'm guessing. Yes. Okay, the lady I was talking to earlier, someone on YouTube is asking me who that person Kathy was talking to, is Batya Ungar Sargon. She is so awesome. Go out there. Just put in Batya, Batya, Batya. She is so awesome. I love her. Yes, Mary Walter is I just stumbled upon her, and I love her voice for one, but then also just her perspective. She really grabbed my attention when she was talking about feminism, because I too believe feminism sucks. I do. I believe it sucks. I believe it has devastated women. It has, look around. You see these mid to late 30, early 40-year-old women who played by the feminist playbook. Did everything the feminist playbook told them to do, and now they're bitter and alone, no children, eggs frozen in a freezer somewhere, and looking to be loved. And I run across so many such women. I know so many, and they're devastated and realizing time is running out. But, feminism is just one of many tools that has been used to dismantle so much that is good in our country. And yes, I could be exhausted and tired, sit down, live my own life. By the grace of God, I am no longer on that pig farm and doing quite well. But I love this country, and I believe, and I operate from a position of purpose. I may not be right. I may find out that, I'm wrong at the end. But I don't believe so. I believe I'm closer to what is true than what is not. But I'm very open to modifying. Guys, I mentioned to you, and you're going to hear more and more and more about it. We're getting everything set up. But my F3 Forum is coming back to town this October 24th, Faith, Family, Future, with the question, can Philadelphia become America's next Mississippi miracle? I'm going to be talking more and more about it. I'm going to have policymakers and people who were a part of turning Mississippi around. I mean, honestly, guys, I grew up in a one stop sign town in Philadelphia on a pig farm underneath a rock. And I used to say, there was a running joke, it could always be worse. I could be from Mississippi. So when I saw Mississippi, fourth grade Black students in Mississippi went from the bottom of the nation to number one in the nation for reading, but it goes so far beyond Black kids. It's the entire student body moved towards being better in things like reading and math. And it happened in Mississippi. If Mississippi can do it, why can't Philadelphia do it? I want to ask that question. And I believe this is how we take our country back, is that we give people the vocabulary of what to ask for, of what is possible. I can't make you guys get off the couch. I can't shame you into wanting better for you and your family. All I can do is plant a seed of truth as I see it, as I have learned it to be. And it's a higher pay grade to get you for the soil of your heart and mind to be ready for that seed so that you can grow it and do what it is that you need to do. Okay. Thank you guys so much. I'll be back tomorrow. I am Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Don Stensland. Blessings and enjoy your family. Talk to y'all soon.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. In a 927-page financial disclosure form, President Trump reported earning at least $1.4 billion in his first year back in office just from crypto and his meme coin-related businesses. He made $26 million from foreign real estate deals and $80 million from settlements tied to lawsuits against ABC, CBS, Meta, YouTube, and others. Critics say Trump is profiting from the presidency. On Wall Street, stocks are now higher after U.S. manufacturing in June was up for a 6th month in a row. Private sector hiring in June was solid. And the head of the Fed, Kevin Warsh, says inflation risks have come down, and he's determined to bring inflation to just 2%. Right now, the Dow is up 0.4%. The NASDAQ slightly higher, the S&P up 0.25%. And Target ending its store-within-a-store partnership with the Ulta Beauty chain this fall, replacing them with Target Beauty Studios. This report is sponsored by Vanguard Investor Choice, a proxy voting program for eligible Vanguard index funds. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com, EmmonsRoofing.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
How about them Sixers? Oh, my goodness. I'm getting texts yesterday on recuperation, undisclosed, and that made me feel a whole lot better. Is LeBron James coming to Philadelphia? More about that later. Enough basketball talk. We'll get into it. Dom Giordano back with you. And as predicted, on Tuesday, we did have another socialist win in Colorado, and this woman, one little nugget that a lot of these people have in common, she only made $30,000 last year, even though a lawyer, and was $250,000 in debt. Got her law degree from Suspect University, Notre Dame, was fired from her law firm for publicly calling them out for not supporting Palestine, not supporting October 7th. These are the people we're up against. So as we head to the big day, 250, you can either say, oh my God, this is what we've come to, roll over and say, hey, we won in 2024. Isn't that a win forever? Or you could say, bring it on, you punks. Every single one of you, starting with the let's jump into the pool in a full suit guy in New York, telling people to set their air conditioner at 78 degrees because we have a power grid. See, the power grid is not his fault. It was there before he got there. But the Knicks winning was due to Mondani. That's the stuff that's going around. And that is why I mentioned the Sixers, because I would like nothing better to see Jaylen Brown guarding Brunson. But no, I've gotten off that a little bit with Brunson. He's not, there's other obnoxious people there that he might guard. Man, going with the Boston Celtics. Henry and Kirk, I think, don't have, Henry definitely, living memory of the greatest rivalry of all time. Wilt and Russell, you don't get anything bigger than that. Leaning on a backboard before a play, the two of them, where the out-of-bounds play, it's a guy wire, whatever a guy wire is, and that's it. Oh, my God. And they send us Jaylen Brown, and we get rid of Paul George. Just a little comment on socialism. The NBA is a socialist outfit, too, and here's evidence of that. They're always looking to get rid of people because of the socialist system that's set up here. And you got rid of a guy yesterday. That's the big story. You got a great player, but you got rid of an albatross. That's how it works. July 4th, I'm looking at Fox News. A San Diego County program has a land acknowledgement, where we have to acknowledge we're on the sacred land of any number of Native American tribes, and then the Black National Anthem. It's just an endless cycle of this, and it all will not turn out well for Democrats in the end, is my prediction as we head toward the midterms. But yesterday, and I wanted to ask, what is the best strategy? We've kind of fleshed it out over the course of time. Why do I center in on a particular location, the Sunoco over on Rittenhouse, or the one in Chestnut Hill, mainly the Sunoco over on Rittenhouse? Because I believe in personalizing everything. Oh, it's not personal, it's business. With me, it's always personal, too. I have to admit it. I take it personally. Well, come on, it's bit. Why would that upset, to that level? Well, if you're going to be in the fight, I think you should take it personally. I'm saying that because President Trump announced on Truth Social that tomorrow here, just in the Philadelphia area, and yet for some reason, we don't have, I can't tell you yet, I'm waiting to get it, 25 gas stations of this one consortium will be coming up with, here's what he said. Oil prices are plummeting fast and gas prices at the pump are dropping too, but not as fast as they should be. As we approach America's 250th birthday, I'm pleased to announce that a very smart retailer located throughout the Northeast is stepping up and wishing the people of Philadelphia a happy birthday on July 3rd. The Freedom Fuel Network will be lowering gas prices at 25 Freedom Fuel stations across the greater Philadelphia area. The retailer has taken a lead and others should follow. I haven't gotten yet, this is poor advance work here, details on how much and exactly where these 25 are. Now, here's what Trump is reacting to, and he's right. That in many instances, prices are going down. But when you have stations like the Rittenhouse station, $4.99 and 9/10, they still ratchet it up, and the Inquirer has an editorial on that. Oh, those prices are not gone down that much, are they? In other words, they talk about the average, say in the Philadelphia area. It all drags it up. Prices have gone down. I don't know if we're seeing any in Pennsylvania. You can let me know the lowest that you've seen that are under $3. but certainly we're seeing under 4. We're seeing a lot that might be in the 320 range or so. But they are holding on to this with dear life. The editorials say, I think it's only $1 over before the war started, the price of oil. I saw one editorial say that, a barrel, crude oil. And yet, the prices are not plummeting. It's just like the editorial the Inquirer has today. Krasner's not perfect, but the solution to what Krasner is doing with these phony, nobody killed anybody, everybody in the system is out to get people, so let's let these people go. Remember, they put it in the hands of Dave Sunday. The Inquirer doesn't like that. My first thought when I saw the news yesterday, that in the case of Eric Schmidt, the young guy who was killed coming back from the Knicks finals game after being in a bar, walking through what I think is a relatively safe part of South Philly, they got one fugitive in Colorado. And even better news to me, I saw in some news reports, they're going after the stepfather for aiding and abetting. That's exactly what we need to do. One is still at large, but the fugitive squad are doing a great job on this. My first thought wasn't just good. My first thought, my very instinct was, how in the world do we take this case away from Krasner? I love to see Dave Sunday and the SEPTA prosecutor swoop in. I think that's pretty near 19th and Johnson. I didn't measure it. Is it? That's a big hub, big transportation hub down there. Is that within the required distance to say, we know what Krasner is going to do. We are going to jump in and we're going to take this case over. When he was on with us, when I was down the shore, Sunday revealed news was coming, and he has gotten involved in a murder case, I believe. That was reported recently. That's the only, and also with all the publicity, it has been tremendous amount of publicity of this killing. We have it on tape, totally reckless over a phone, God knows what. Why was the reward so low? And I don't know the family's feelings on the death penalty. They haven't spoken out about that. But there is no way, shape, or form that Krasner would ever go for it, no matter what you did to whoever you did in any law, way, shape, or form. I think this is a death penalty case, and I would try both of them for the death penalty. Yeah, but there was only one shooter, accomplice in the act of murder, death penalty. One's only 16, death penalty. You'd be lucky in this case if they end up with 20 years for something this cold-blooded, this senseless, this out of control. That's what will happen here ultimately if Krasner gets to it. If that, look at the case of Sergeant Fitzgerald. Shot, wounded, maniac stands over him on Temple's campus and assassinates him. And we still don't have any sense of where that ends. Why are Democrats so enabling of Krasner? And is Krasner, too, getting the message that the mobs are ready? With each win, like the win in Colorado. Remember, I believe Krasner doesn't have to resign from being DA in order to run for mayor. And I still think he's going to do it. And by the way, the media hype, with all their weather, it is hot. But my God, pushing back on Sherelle Parker about holding July 4th. It might be too hot. The big party. Now, the party sucks. It's ridiculous, the comparison to what Washington does. But in what universe would you cancel July 4th because of the heat wave we're going through? My goodness. 855-839-1210. All right, that's how you get in. Now, we had this teed up for yesterday. I still think it's applicable. And the more I had to think about it, I came up with some better examples. Amy Coney Barrett, I'm seeing some of the defenders out there, is an all-time disappointment. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Meaning, my apologies. I throw myself on the mercy of the court. I bought into, wow, This woman is brilliant, young, and she is going to be a force in the right way. She's one of the most negative forces out there on the big issues. So we're looking for all-time disappointments, a person or something in life that you think it offers great allure, but in the end, it's really disappointing. One of the biggest to me would be Lance Armstrong. I touted Lance Armstrong then. He's sticking it to the French. The French just can't compete with this guy. Cancer survivor, and he's killing them. They were blocking him on roads, and he runs right over top of them. And here, he's an all-time rats, to put it mildly. And then the twins, being involved with them, I forget which one, that just set it off to another level. All right, so Lance Armstrong, all-time disappointment. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I got a few to take off the board here.
Uh-oh,
first.
a lot of family business.
So I believe the way also we came up with this question, in addition to Amy Coney Barrett, was that Ben Simmons was trying to get back into the NBA. You know, he had a nice sit down, you know, and they was like, oh, would you ever come back to basketball? He's like, yeah, I'd come back. You know, maybe I'd play for the Sixers if they had me. No, stay away. I mean, he's got to be someone that didn't meet expectations. But sticking in that 2016 NBA draft, obviously Ben was the first pick. We now have the third pick from that draft, Jaylen Brown. But I'd also like to point out the fourth pick in that draft. Great name, just not a great game. Dragan Bender did not live up to the expectations, only playing 4
this is really going
seasons.
into the weeds, don't you think?
Oh, the fourth overall pick? Well, I mean, Simmons was one. You know, he had his moments.
He saved
Brendan
it up
Ingram's a good player. He was pick 2. Jaylen Brown, obviously finals MVP. We got him here now, pick 3. You'd think pick 4, it's got to be a home run. Nope, there's your bust. It was Dragan Bender, the European big man who came over here and couldn't shoot, couldn't rebound. He was everything you think a European prospect is.
I
Dom.
know what they are, and every failure of the European player I celebrate with a special wine each year.
Yeah. And then I'm going to take 2 more off. Next one I'm going to take off is the show Westworld. After a phenomenal first season and a strong second season, they should have just ended the show, but instead HBO and the people who were in charge at the time just wanted to make more money. Let's squeeze this
I
all
agree
it's
with
got.
you. The concept was great. I hated the guy who was the big villain in that.
The Man in Black?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was,
Ed Harris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the whole idea of it was brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that's the thing. The idea of it is brilliant. The, having like a lifelike, amusement park where all the robots seem like people. What could you do to kill that idea? How about leaving the park? That's what they did in season 3. They left the park to go into the real world. No one wants to see that anymore, and everyone stopped watching. So when they came back for season 4 and they went back to the park, no one cared anymore. And then finally, if you were a kid in the late 2000s, early 2010s, you definitely saw the infomercial for the toy Fushigi, the magic gravity ball. Made you think you could do all these illusions with this metal ball encased in glass. It is one of the biggest fraudulent products I think ever put on TV. Whoever bought it, no one could actually figure it out, how to do the sleight of hand. I mean, you basically had to be like a trained magician to use this thing, but it was marketed to kids, and if any kid got it, you're just like, well, I just bought a metal ball for $50, and I don't know what to do with it now. So Fushigi.
I feel like you're having a Frank Costanza moment today with this.
I think he was built
airing
up.
all the grievances.
Well, yeah, I didn't have you yesterday.
Yeah, that's
to,
right.
To get all these out.
Okay.
Now
that's
I'm amped. I need to trash the Fushigi.
Fully amped.
Wow. The Westworld one I was all on board with. The others are true, but how about yours, Kirk?
I'm going to go with one in the spirit of 4th of July fireworks.
Okay.
There's a park near me. I'm not going to dox myself, but they tout the fireworks as like the biggest display you're ever going to see.
Right.
And they show off a few fireworks here and there, and it's like, so it's a big disappointment.
I would say fireworks
letdown.
in general are a disappointment to me. They're okay.
Once you
I don't
see
go
like
crazy.
an amazing fireworks show,
Right.
like anything the township or the city could put on, you're just kind of like, oh
Yeah.
man, this
exactly.
is kind of lame now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Exactly.
All right, it's 855-839-1210. All-time disappointments is what we're looking for. And coming up, the WNBA is not a disappointment, but yesterday, their coach of the Fever, this is a woman in charge of coaching Caitlin Clark, et cetera, and all that. Who's her target? after what's happened here. Hate has no home here. Go to my Twitter at Dom Show 1210. Tom Stiglitz, great cartoon. Hate has no home here with Caitlin Clark rolling over in the ground in bandages. Unless it's toward Caitlin Clark, then it's acceptable. It is bizarre. Is this just, as some people have said, white liberal women running something at this level? This is what you're going to get. Or woke. They're not even liberal. They're progressive. They are idiots beyond belief. And the tell is the vague speak that always comes out. It's like Josh Shapiro, we have him today saying folks again. When he says folks, I'm being folksy now, Dom. Folks. All right, 855-839-1210. It's a good day in Philadelphia. The Sixers, my sport, I think Henry's major sport, are on the rise here.
Shocking.
Is LeBron James looking to come to Philadelphia? Oh, my God. I had a lot of trouble rooting for the Sixers then. That's one of the few I can't stand it.
Oh, come on.
He's not in the top 3 greatest players of all time.
Oh, come on.
It's Wilt, it's Michael Jordan, and I take Kobe over him any day.
Jeez.
Give me Kobe at the end of the game. We know what's going to happen.
Wow.
He's got a little size on Kobe, but that's the only thing. Kobe can make up.
It's the only thing.
Yeah. Even in my mind, I don't know if I would want to gun the ball as much as Kobe. No, I think I would.
Oh,
I don't think
if you could shoot like Kobe, you'd do that every day of the week.
I didn't shoot like
Pump
Kobe,
fake,
and I would try to do it anyhow. Yes, exactly. You're hot, keep shooting, Kobe. 855-839-1210.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtua Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, my God. All right. Holiday fever. 855-839-1210. All-time disappointment. Could be a person, could be a thing, could be a trend, could be anything like that. Catches on for a while and then not. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. By the way, one of our favorites, Dawn Fantasia here at 2 o'clock today. So they passed their budget, gazillions of dollars. We'll play you one of our favorites, Paul Kenitra, going after them on transgender surgery money that's in the bill big time. But Fantasia and others say schools are left underfunded by $400 million. Wait a minute. How does that happen with all that they spend? Well, this started happening under Murphy, that the local school districts go bankrupt. They're not getting the money they used to from the state, yet certainly illegal aliens are getting their $20 million. Here's an example, too, of what Democrats really, really don't. And one of them, Jayapal, the communist from the West Coast, said she had better things to do than to be ranted at by this angel mom, Sheridan Gordon's parents. Yeah, she actually said that. Here is Miss Gorman talking about a simple choice, and Democrats ought to just stand up and saying, yo, shut up. We've made our choice. We're with the illegal aliens. Walz just gave amnesty to a guy in Minnesota who was a sex offender because if he didn't, he would be sent back to Laos. It is stunning the lengths they'll go to. So here is the Sheridan Gorman's parents to the Dems: choose us, choose the American children, protect them. Cut 17.
I'm sorry, I don't have this one on me right now.
Okay.
You give me 1 second.
Sure. So, again, this is an example of the one thing in this testimony that drives them wild. And they say, we're exploiting these poor people. Sanctuary cities don't have anything to do with it. Of course they do. The whole attitude toward protect people that are here illegally, come hell or high water, is what the Democrats are about. They're not going to cave in on that, just like they won't cave in on the trans issue. Governor Newsom says the Supreme Court ruling protecting girls' sports will not affect California. He's right. All the ruling said was that states have rights to make laws that protect girls' sports. Pennsylvania would make such a law, except we can't get a vote on it. We can't even get a committee vote on it. And they're getting away with it. All right, now here's the Gorman, here's the mom talking to this committee about which side are you on?
Wow. And you talked about your daughter was just shot. Share that story. That was shocking too.
Didn't intend on saying that. It was such an emotional moment, but literally every day I'm trying to find, as part of this grieving process, which is unimaginable, I'm trying to find beautiful things in life, little things even, to celebrate and to be thankful for. It's the only way you get through these things, I think. And it has crossed my mind 100 times. I'm so thankful that she was only shot in the back of the head. I kind of obviously was not planning to say that, but the indignities of sitting there and knowing that not only do they not care, but they're literally disrespecting us. There was a angel mother behind me weeping openly and crying, just crying. And something inside me snapped, and I just said it, like, the indignity that I'm praying and thankful. I'm genuinely thankful that my daughter was not dismembered and raped and put in a trash basket like some of these other angel family mothers that honestly I had never heard about. I had never heard about these. And, to be thankful for such a thing that my daughter was only murdered by being shot. It's such a messed up thing. I just blurted it out.
Thomas, I know y'all were not political before this.
No.
Your wife did say yesterday, why is it only Republicans that are hearing this? Donald Trump, this is a big issue for him. That's why he closed the borders, because this is preventable. What do you want the lawmakers to, or have you become political now because of this issue and because of losing your daughter? And what do you say to our lawmakers?
Same message Jess has shared. Choose us. Choose the American children. Protect them. Work together. Get on that buddy bench. Just talk it out. We can find a middle ground.
Okay, hold right there, Henry. No, we're not going to find any middle ground. There's no middle ground with these people. There's no middle ground with the Jayapals, AOC. This woman just elected, sort of elected, 20-point difference in Colorado. She's going to win. Those people in New York, Mondani. There's no middle grounds. There's no talk it out. Can't we at least agree on this? No. They know what they want. They believe they're winning. And in some areas they are. There is no talking it out. I agree with pretending to talk it out to the big moment where we squash them politically. If it helps us, I'm all on board with that. Pretend. But there's no middle ground here. You're either going to protect Americans or you're going to allow illegal aliens, criminals, et cetera, and sanctuary city policies that allows them to run wild. You can't have it both ways. We just saw it with Walsh this morning, yesterday. We see how far it goes. No middle ground here. And it's uncomfortable for them to have to hear from these parents. You know what they're thinking. You know what their attitude is. You're exploiting this. No, what we're doing is we're giving a voice to it. We're giving a voice to the crimes that go on, like the Eric Schmidt crime. My first instinct is not, well, thank God there's going to be justice here. My first instinct is, okay, Dave Sunday, step up to the plate. My first instinct is, how many feet was that away from the big transit hub there that's SEPTA? Can you measure that off and say, you know what? We know exactly what Krasner is going to charge here, what he'll try to do. Is Krasner going to charge murder one here? You know what he'll do? Oh, we need investigation. My people have to look 6 months later. No murder one. Highly publicized case. The other's still on the loose. And it appears, now I'm not sure who's doing the charging in news reports, that the stepfather could be charged with aiding and abetting. Maybe the people in Colorado should be charged too. That's where they got him. Now, this was a highly tear-jerking, gut-wrenching, publicized case. The Fitzgerald case, even more so. He didn't even meet with them to tell them no to the death penalty. He had someone read over the phone what he was going to do. Is there a middle ground with Larry Krasner? I admire it. Krasner knows there's no middle ground. And in my mind, there's no middle ground with these people either. The only middle ground is to pretend, if it helps you, to defeat them. That's the only thing to do. All right, coming up, we'll get to some of your calls at 1 o'clock. John Alante McCauley, his thoughts on July 4th and what a whirlwind it has been since we first saw him just about 6 months ago come to city council. Also, a lot more on Caitlin Clark, the Fever coach, pivoting now, talking about no place for hate in the WNBA because the woman who put her hand on her Caitlin Clark's throat, is getting all kinds of threats, etc. Now, no one condones the threats, but that's a deflection point. This is where the WNBA goes. And no time soon are they going to rectify this. It's pretty clear what that league is about. They can't even put up with Caitlin Clark, even though it's brought them. Do they really think they would have gotten the deal they got if she weren't in the league? Yeah, maybe they've talked themselves into that. All right, 855-839-1210.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets, just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
As we approach America's 250th birthday, we celebrate the greatest nation in the world, built by those who fought for the right to live free and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Our forefathers declared their independence from the British government, which was taking control of our God-given freedoms and built the democracy we know and love today. This week's expert report explains why now is the time to declare your financial independence from Wall Street and reclaim control of your retirement future. Fees, inflation, and market losses. For far too long, those three forces have limited your financial freedom. You cannot control market downturns that can wipe out years of gains and force you to postpone retirement, reduce spending, or even return to work. You cannot control inflation, which continues to increase the cost of everyday necessities, making it harder to enjoy the retirement lifestyle you've worked so hard to build. And you might not even know all the market fees eroding your nest egg. According to FINRA, 20% of investors believe that they pay no fees at all, while another 18% don't know how much they're paying. Those fees quietly reduce the financial freedom you thought you secured, whether the market is up or down. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system puts you back in control. There's no market risk, no fees, the potential for double-digit interest returns that can't be taken away, and inflation fighters designed to combat rising prices without depleting your nest egg, leaving you free to enjoy your golden years with peace of mind. Schedule an appointment with a retirement phase expert and declare your financial independence from Wall Street with the exclusive crash-proof retirement system. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com. God bless you all, God bless our troops, and God bless the United States of America.
Weather is sponsored by Ashley Furniture.
The heat warning remains in effect through Saturday with record high temperatures in the forecast. Plenty of sunshine and very humid through the afternoon with a high 103, but it'll feel more like 110 at times. For tonight, very muggy under mostly clear conditions. Low 82 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And another hot and humid day on Friday, plenty of sunshine with a high again 103.
Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Happening now.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. All-time disappointment today is what we're looking for. Of any way, shape, or form, person, place, thing, anything associated with that, that is what we are looking for. I am not a fan of the overly extravagant proposal. You know, just the public, which one, I was going to put this up on Twitter, Henry, which one is worse? like the Empire State Building overly dramatic proposal. At least the guy goes up and then shoots something down to her. She's got to go up to be proposed there. What the hell?
That's what they do.
So the over proposal or the gender reveal nonsense, like fire starting as they do.
Right, yeah.
The gender reveal thing is like, what the heck are we making? Who cares? That's just up to you. And the proposal, I just said to Ro, yeah, I think we're being married. I'm serious.
Right,
you can ask her if I get her on
story.
with True Serum. She'll tell you that. It was an obvious thing. I'm going to go somewhere. This? No way. You're not getting me out of here. When do we do it? Sign up. I'll be there. How about you, Kirk? Proposal.
Proposal. I'm the old-fashioned way, just quiet, intimate.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to send a dog in with the ring on a tray or anything like that.
Absolutely
One of those
not.
things.
No way.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to choose between the two, I think I'd side with the proposal here.
Yeah.
I think the over the top. Because it was like Rich Herrera, who was in for you yesterday.
Yeah.
It's like he was saying, like, he had a big over the top proposal, and now all he has to do every once in a while when, take out the trash or whatever, and be like, oh, remember when I did that grandiose proposal to you? And his wife's like, oh, yeah, I guess I'll take out the trash, So it's something like that you can have in the back pocket if you do it right. And personally, I don't like the gender reveal at all. I don't want to know.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't want to know. I just think that takes some fun out of it.
Yeah, that's what.
I mean, sure, it's fun to have a little party and,
Yeah, it is. What in the world that the whole world, it's just a reveal thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, you're doing like a slow pitch, underhand playing pepper, trying to hit the smoke ball. It's, either blue or pink inside with a wiffle ball bat, and you see people whiff on it.
Well, the fires that have started.
Oh,
in some
yeah.
of these, that's the
Unless
thing.
you like fireworks for it or
Let's
whatever.
burn down a forest, yeah. Speaking of which, Taylor Swift, Mondani, not saying anything yet. Shouldn't there be some surcharges here? The police for the 2-day wedding, and I'm not exactly sure why it takes 2 days to be married, at Madison Square Garden. Police costs will be at least $160,000. Yet Mondani seems to be a little bit afraid of railing against this. He goes after billionaires who at least bring jobs and income to the city. But Taylor Swift with this, police costs and all, when asked, he said he didn't know about it. As far as, should there be a tax, a Taylor Swift tax on lavish weddings? And the 5 starters of the Knicks, it's reported, have been invited to it. What the? It's a very small guest list. Now, I'm still not getting over being invited to the Brian Fitzpatrick wedding. Sorry, I have to decline. Oh, man. Can you imagine right there in the reception afterwards, a brawl breaks out?
I don't know what kind of gift you're bringing.
Yeah, that would.
What do they need?
That would be a week of shows.
Yeah.
Right. A week.
Side question. What are you getting for the Fitzpatrick
What would
wedding?
you bring for Brian Fitzpatrick? You know what? That might be a good side question tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's an all-time side question. Now, I still think one of the all-time side question is what should be the songs Dan dances with his mother at the wedding? And stealth contender, You're America's Sweetheart thing.
Girl Next Door, yeah.
The Girl Next Door, yes. That was as subtle. I never saw that coming as far as being inundated. I still think the best answer I've ever gotten, though, was the Signs of the Apocalypse and Richard of Somerdale saying, you can pump your own gas, they just announced. All right, start praying. Churches are opening. That's what's going to happen. Would Jersey ever, that is one of the most, it will never happen under, as bad as Corzine was, he floated the idea and they were marching on Trenton. They would. They'll take taxation. They'll take Mikey Sherrill. Jack Cettarelli will lose by 14.2 points. The only thing that would have helped him, I would have said, you know what? Mikey Sherrill is going to let you pump your own gas. Good night, everybody.
Smear campaign.
Smear campaign. Yeah. Yep. And she's doing it the first day and she's loving it. How do you like that? You can pump your own gas. That's it. I can be taxed. I can have $20 million to illegal aliens. I'm not pumping my own gas. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware to start off on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, good afternoon.
And good afternoon and happy Hanukkah to everyone.
Well, thank you, Phil.
What a wonderful day. Needless to say, 106 degrees out here in Long Island.
Ugh.
Oh, goodness.
Just a little
stay away
toasty.
from my tip, Long Island tip of the day. Stay away from Hempstead. Just saying. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and actually, it is tipping a little bit with the all the air conditioners being trucked in for schools.
Okay.
It's going to capsize.
It's going to capsize.
I think it's gonna. A couple quick things. One, I agree with 99% of the things you say, but I would not take for granted what the socialist, air quotes, Democrats are doing. Like they're going to burn themselves out or the Democrats are going to revolt. No, we're way past that, and it's a dangerous situation.
Oh, I'm not minimizing the enemy here. Well, what I'm saying is that I still think the cards are on our side here, and I think this is going to help in the midterms, even though I don't see Republicans doing anything with it. It's the problem is with the Republicans.
Well, something interesting that you mentioned that. You said a long time ago, and you're 1,000,000% right, they just stay on the ropes. What is it? They keep, staring into outer space. They hear, they see, but they don't come off the ropes fighting. When's that going to happen?
The clock is...
When cattle cars...
Yeah, I hear you, Phil. The clock is ticking. What's your side today, Phil?
Something interesting. It might not be the all-time, but I think it could end up being the last launches to circle the moon. It's like that saying, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for something exciting to happen. They circled the moon. Yay. Okay. We've done that, been there. Can we see something new?
Gotcha, Phil. I would agree with that one. There wasn't a big thing because it's we landed on the moon. Oh, we're going farther, though. That's not a...
They're just warming up to get us back to the moon. I want to see us go back. I mean,
yeah.
I've been hearing about my whole life. Oh, we went to the moon. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I don't want to see some grainy 1960s footage. I want updated 2020s footage. Show me something, and then maybe we'll start working towards Mars or something.
Yeah, the moon is made really out of cheese.
Yeah. So there we go. That's an example of a disappointment. By the way, no disappointment. Henry sent me this morning, made my day, and I showed it to Roe immediately. Newman Price, a genius of the internet, wants to launch the Dom Giordano fan club. So, Henry, you can give them the go-ahead. I'm giving them the official go-ahead.
Sweet.
I'm sure he's listening right now.
Exactly
right.
And
Yeah.
what triggered it, he gets my hairstyling beautifully. That picture that he took from the Jersey magazine, he's even created another subtle pompadour in there. You can never have too many pompadours. That is photoshopped on top of a Photoshop. It's AI generated. The more hair, the better.
Nicely done.
Yeah. Oh, my God. That's the first thing I noticed. Like, what the heck?
Oh, man.
That is a perfect picture. I don't remember having the phone in it, but maybe I did.
Yeah, a little AI work there.
A little AI work with the phone, too. We could take that one and run for president with it right now. My God.
Yeah, anyone who wants to check out his fan club can go to domsfanclub.com. That's
you see it in the picture I'm talking about as we look at it would be the left-hand side.
Right.
What I'm looking at. Yeah, my God. And, the photoshopping from the Jersey guys, they were excellent.
Mm-hmm.
They showed me they went through hair coloration and, okay, just a hint of gray. Can't be completely no gray. Less gray. Oh, my God.
Touch of gray.
It was a good hair day.
Mm-hmm.
After there was no hairdresser involved. They just came in and shot it.
No wardrobe.
I did wear a thing, the collar tabs, which I still have, and I only wear them on special occasions, to keep that Gavin Newsom look with the collar of a white shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know he had extensive extensions in there. You can see
totally,
it. Yeah, so I had him in there for that. That's why the collar just sits. And I don't wear the hanky that often, but it was a big production.
Yeah, that's...
It was the cover of a magazine.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't care what the guy wrote after that. Put the picture in
I'm
there.
on the
That's
cover.
Good. Yeah, there you go. 855-839-1210. Thank you, Jersey man. Get in. All-time disappointment is what we are looking for. And we haven't seen the cracks quite yet. They're riding high, Mondani. But Mondani telling New Yorkers to set their AC to 78 degrees during a record heat wave.
Ugh.
We'll see how that goes. Yeah, set it there and just leave it alone. We haven't heard any more stories about the bidets that he placed into Gracie Mansion.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was supposed to be 5. So, very
Had to
European.
rework the whole plumbing system,
Yeah,
right? Because they didn't want the in-toilet ones. They wanted their own fixtures.
Yeah, that's what they had to do. All right. Jump on board at 855-839-1210.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Gaida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Gaida Door and Window. Right now, Gaida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Gaida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at GoGaida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. If you're looking for luxury, performance, and extra savings, well, right now, Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading is making your next Acura even more rewarding. Drive home a new MDX and get up to $1,000 toward your first lease payment. That's right. Or choose the Sporty Integra and get up to $450. It's time to upgrade with exceptional offers on 2 of Acura's most popular vehicles. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, or Reading, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. How's that fan page going there?
It's going. It looks good.
Good. All right. Thank you, Newman Price. Thanks for all that. We'll have a lot of fun with that. And Ro loved the picture, too. So, by the way, watch. Affordability is the word of the day constantly, as we know, like Mikey Sherrill. Affordability. Dawn Fantasia will be here at 2 to break down some of the things that they're spending gazillions of dollars in Jersey, the budget finally passing. But the other word they're using, this woman really rubs me the wrong way as much as the New York, if not more. The 29-year-old who won in Denver. Inevitable. In other words, when they don't want to say that October 7th, the attack in Israel, the savagery of that was justified, or when they don't want to say we had it coming, like Hassan Piker says, for 9/11, they'll say something like, well, you know, it's inevitable when you have occupation like that, meaning what they say the Israelis were doing. Or it's inevitable when you do what the United States has done around the world. So this way they dip their big toe right there into the all-time most ghastly things, and yet try to have a fig leaf somewhere or another to get out. Watch for that word. She uses it a lot. Inevitable. By the way, Henry, if you did you ever see this? I watched it this morning. This day in history, I think yesterday was Bobby Bonilla Day. Great sports story day.
Right, July 1st, yeah.
July 1st. I think this was Jean Van de Velde Day.
Oh, the meltdown?
The meltdown.
Oh, boy.
I played that course, Cornusti. I don't know if we played it as a par 5 or not. I did hit driver on the 18th at LaSalle, and I did hit a 2-iron that got over the burn. When you get there, what the hell's the burn? It's water.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all major. We had a caddy the first time. Oh, it's about 50 yards to the burn. Seeing what he did there, though, as much as I know it, I didn't realize how long it took and the stuff that he was up to. And then he did make like a 7 or 8 foot putt to get his triple bogey.
Right, but then it was just too late. Yeah.
Yes, but the decisions he was making and the Brits going wild and pushing back the crowds. And just why would you not hit a couple of irons down there and then hit a wedge in? Even if you get a 5, you're still 2 shots out of playoff. All you need is a 6. It was remarkable to see. And then, I was thinking he's French. Yeah, he deserves it. That started up.
You knew it was coming almost.
Yeah, exactly. And then Paul Lowry just sitting over there. The rest of his career, he did nothing. He wins the British Open. My goodness. All right. And they had 2 of the real sourpusses doing the commentary. It shows you how the commentary, how bad it was back then,
And you still don't like it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You don't like the accents.
Yeah. Well, no, it was Curtis Strange and it was Bob Rossi, who were just brutal.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're really harsh on anything. And they were ready to grab him by the throat and stop him from playing.
If you were announcing that too, you'd be like, I got to shake this guy or something. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, my God. I wonder who would say that now. Johnny Miller would have, as a commentator. But when you watch the whole thing, it must have gone on for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm watching some of it right now. It's
it
looks like me playing golf, like on just a normal course.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he misses by so much on the first shot. It goes to the right of where the hazards are. Almost impossible to do in that hole. But I remember it that's one of the few. I didn't break 95 on Cornusti. I mean, they were +8 and +6, the world's best golfers. I think it was a 94 one day and an 89, and the other day was more peaceful. And there's a hole there, I think the 7th hole, par 3. You don't play part of it because there still might be an unexploded bomb in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And if you're on the green,
you have to sign a waiver
pretty far away, you can chip the ball in the air, but don't take a divot or otherwise they'll come after you. I mean, it is a brutal. Oh,
I'm sure.
The length with the and that was a while ago, but when I played it, the clubs, persimmon and all that, it was like old hickory. Getting on in 2 in that hole, really, really tough. So it brought back memories, though. Why did this guy have such trouble? Oh, my God.
Yeah, where's his caddy being like, hey, man.
Yeah, the caddy just had a fancy French hat on. It was like, here's a club.
Yeah. Jump in the drink real quick. See if.
Then when he goes on the sea, it wasn't he just went in water. You had to shinny down this brick-like structure.
Yeah.
To get in there. Then he decides, no, I'm not going to hit.
I'm not doing it. And it's like,
and then he sits back down, makes a big production of cleaning off his feet, and then puts stuff back on, and then puts it into the bunker. And then here's what I didn't remember. Craig Perry playing with them, holes out from the bunker. If he had a short putt the hole before, Perry, he would have tied him by that hole out.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Also, Perry's got to be like, dude, it's easy. Just do this.
Yeah, just do that. Yeah, it wasn't a hard bunker shot. Yeah. Wow. And what is this with singing country roads after every soccer win now? I don't know. It's not a bad song. But is that what we're reduced to? What should they be singing?
Well, after goals, it's been Freebird.
Okay.
So
no Lee Greenwood.
You know what? I was out last night at the bar, and the 3 songs I did play were Freebird, Country Roads, and then Lee Greenwood. Yeah,
because it's perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So it is part of it, but it was just something like, I don't know. A lot of Europeans have picked up "Take Me Home, Country Roads."
Right.
And that's kind of one of those things where like, all right, well, if they know it, like, I think we got to, I don't know, make this song bigger. We all know it here. Why not? It's a catchy song.
What are the odds in the U.S. winning?
Not great.
And, like, how many more interminable matches are there before we get to the finals? My question.
So this next week will be the round of 16. That'll be our next match versus
But do
Belgium.
you lose or are you out ever when you lose?
Yeah, you lose, you're done.
Finally. There's none of that tabulating. You have 8.5 and the other has 9.5.
No, that was more for the group stage.
So we're down to 4 more matches.
So there's more matches today. I think there's still 6 more round of 32 matches.
Right.
Then the round of 16 will start. And then, we'll go from there. Quarterfinal, semifinal.
All right, let's go to Susan in Chester Springs. Get one more on the board here. Hey, Susan, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Suffocating from heat. I think my biggest disappointment, I'm first generation on my father's side and Mayflower on my mother's side. And as we come to the 250th anniversary of the birth of this nation, I am so disappointed in people like Omar and that woman that won in Colorado. All these people who come here, and we're generous. We welcome them. We do all this stuff for them, and they turn around and spit in our faces and want to destroy this great nation. I mean, they hate us.
Yeah, that's the thing. And both of them are saying, she came here, Susan, an Ethiopian diversity lottery. The parents got in. How do you go from that? This isn't like you just emigrate here and you see something wrong. That this is the ingratitude. Ingratitude, to me, is one of the worst things about it. If that's one of your qualities, it's hard to me imagine too much more horrible than that. And if you're grateful, if you truly are a grateful person, that and loyalty are the two biggest.
Well, I'm glad I'm not in Europe right now, or I'd probably be dying from the heat. No air conditioning.
Oh, God. Thank you, Susan. Thanks very much. Coming up, the great John Alunte McCauley. You know, city council taking off the whole summer. That gives him more time. I wonder if he has his fall agenda ready to go. You know, I'm going to ask him. Yeah, when he comes back, you know, after Labor Day. They probably come back like 3 weeks after that. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, city council, we ought to say. Like this is his thing. Yep. I'm John Alunte McCauley in charge, and welcome back to city council.
Exactly.
All right, he's next. We'll get his thoughts on July 4th and what a whirlwind this has been. A lot of folks lining up. All-time disappointment. Jump on board, Talk Radio 1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just 1 day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit TrustPJ.com today.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time on the cusp of the big July 4th. Henry and I are looking too. I'm not sure if it happens yet, but we might be from the All-Star game. Throwing out the first pitch. Oh, okay.
Send in my picture for a credential.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Which?
Who's throwing out the first pitch for the All-Star game this year?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, so they must have announced it by now, right?
Well, I checked on their website. Nothing has been. They said the activities, but as far as the first pitch, I haven't seen anything.
I would love to see Sherelle Parker throw out the first pitch.
Oh, awesome.
My God, what
all
could
the
happen?
people come to town and be like, who is this person?
What could happen? Well, Larry Krasner is available. I'm sure he would. The Kras would demand to throw it for the pitcher's rubber. I'm sure he would.
Yeah.
Oh, without a doubt.
Looks like they haven't announced it yet.
Yeah.
I mean, what the heck? Where's the promotion? You know,
it might be at the event we're going to. They might be there.
They
it's
might
like,
announce it
they
there.
unveil
Okay,
it. Like, here it is.
Okay, yeah.
World exclusive.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if Larry Krasner might be. This might be the one chance, Henry, to get the interview at the All-Star Village. Larry Krasner puttering around with a Phillies hat on.
Do you think he could throw a baseball?
No. I mean, my God.
Well,
yeah.
Jinxed.
10 feet, maybe, yeah. Let's go to somebody who certainly can. John Alante McCauley, our person of the year. His thoughts on July 4th with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Alante, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
And thank you for having me again.
Alante, it seems that you've been making the route now with City Council at rest here for the summer to the suburbs. And I didn't have a chance to ask you this. It's one of my age-old things. For 10 years, I've chronicled this. What's your thought of what has happened to the suburbs, how they become increasingly Democratic and more radical Democrats?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. So, I've always said that Philadelphia lacks a conservative presence as far as town halls, messaging goes, combating the leftist radical message. And so Flip Philly Red, we had to go to the collar counties to get educated. We had to go to the Keystone Town Halls that was held in Malvern, PA. We had to go to our friends out in Chester County. And so we learned, I had to, crash course a lot. And I learned that Chester County was deep red for 337 years until 2019. And so a lot of reasons why that's happened, we have, of course, our elections are rigged. And the party has intentionally pushed bad candidates. And so you have a lot of people they're just happy for the photo ops and the cocktail events. And so you don't really have true patriots in these events. And so I feel that everybody feels that they want to harp on Philly. You have to understand what happens in Philly will trickle out into the counties, and it's here, it's coming. And if you don't understand that you have an organizational problem, then we're never, ever going to flip these things back outside of election fraud.
I agree with you. That's definitely one of the causal elements. And Philadelphia, to your point, it's the pettiness of it, the small town, any dispute they're involved in is that. And Trump is the force, has been the force here, and made great gains in Philadelphia. But they don't talk, to my knowledge, about any of the big issues. They seem to say, well, we're only a local outfit, but all politics, national politics, is local. You have to bring them to the fore. I mean, the stuff you talk about is the one time about Cuba, for example, but you bring it back to Philadelphia.
Right. Well, it's important. Well, our local GOP here, and a lot of the GOPs I find throughout Pennsylvania, and I can only talk about Pennsylvania and Philly because this is where I live. But I understand it is a systemic problem in the GOP nationally as well. When I talk to other patriots across the country, that they tell our candidates to not align themselves with President Trump or MAGA, not understanding that Democrats, independents, and Republicans got President Trump, and it just wasn't Republicans. So 78 million voted for the MAGA agenda. It's a lot of apathy with the Republican brand. A lot of people might be conservative, but they don't really love the way the organization has been ran. And so when you have leaders from the local level to the state level to the national level waiting President Trump's his second term out, that's what they're essentially doing. This is why Senator John Thune is just pretty much stalled and trying to run out the clock and allowing the radical federal district court judges to keep these frivolous lawsuits going or trying to overturn things. They're running out the clock. They want their establishment party back. And so it's a lot that we're trying to do, from the local to the state to the national level, and it's hard.
Well, look at the just 6 months, let's say, since we've known you and since you stood up at City Council. Look at the number of shows, the number of people you've touched. You saw it at Mulligan's, the inspiration, the connection to people. That is incredible. And soon you'll be celebrating that you'll be, I'm not sure the exact language, Alante, from parole. And you will even
that's correct.
You will feel even more, I think, of that freedom and a sense of what you've accomplished so far.
Oh, right. I'm such a metrics-driven person, and I never really stop to smell the roses. I do realize that my blueprint that I've created for myself is working. I'm having, even if I'm talking to, say, the 92%, those are the Black American women that voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. Because of my content, I've cracked the algorithm. And they're coming to my pages, and sometimes it's, they're saying crazy things, and sometimes I'm having good debates. They might not have a great worldview or understanding because I've been in certain spaces that they haven't been, but some of these people are not dumb, they're just misguided. So I say that to say that if the GOP embraced somebody more like me with the blueprint that I've had, this guerrilla warfare tactics that I'm using to infiltrate this wall that the Democrat Party has created here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, if they embrace what I'm doing instead of fighting me, then we would have better success. But clearly that's not their goal.
Well, let me ask you about that. And this isn't you can't run. I'm not sure what you could run for or not. But Alante, we have the cusp. They're already talking with Sherelle Parker. I think Larry Krasner, as you know, will challenge her. I think he's been emboldened, and he wouldn't have to give up being DA, I believe. On the Republican side, though, there's an opportunity here to at least put some of these issues in the forefront of people. It's an incremental process. You're right. You're a metrics guy. So am I. What are your thoughts of who would be a good candidate to run as a Republican? Do you have any?
Unfortunately, right now, no. The thing is, a lot of, even the candidates that we have running this year, and, I like Robin Bird. I'm friends with her. I think she might have the best chance at beating Joe Hohenstein. And first, they're not bad people. It's just that they're walking the middle of the line. Like you see, I go in there in the city council, and I'm trying to flip tables as Jesus would, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be a candidate that's not afraid, and that's hard. You know, the stand on the issues, speak about the issues, and articulate them in a very strategic and effective way. You know, just walk in the middle of the line. You know, not you're afraid to upset somebody because you don't want to stand on conservative principles. You know, you don't want to say that. You know, I understand that it's not necessarily about party. Both parties, Congress is showing us that they don't work for the American people. They work for somebody else. They're showing us that, and we put Republicans in there, and they're letting us down because they don't have the Save America Act passed, and they're allowing, you know, this birthright citizenship thing. They could fight that with the Supreme Court just handing us down. And they're not doing anything. They're on recess right now, and they haven't even been in there. But you have to not be afraid to articulate what this party was intended for, what our beliefs are, and fight for that. Because this city has been voting Democrat for 70 plus years. You hear me say that as soon as I go into city council with my opening speech. So essentially it is, because they're not even voting for things that make sense. Look at what Sherelle Parker just did with the July 4th event with Wawa and raising tax, you know, costing the taxpayers more money. You know, so you have to, what do Republicans mean when we say being fiscally responsible, and break that down? Can a candidate do that? And I'm afraid that our local GOP is not going to put up a real candidate in 2027 to run for mayor.
Yeah, I mean, they've almost had to force people to do it in the past. And again, we realize what the odds are in defeating an incumbent mayor, Sherelle Parker, and all that. It's not about that. It's about freeing up the minds of a lot of people who hear the message and incrementally winning office after office, no matter how small. That's what it's about. And if one guy in 6 months can stand up in front of city council for under 2 minutes a week and create this kind of stir, then an entire party apparatus ought to be able to stir things up on any number of issues here in Philadelphia every day of the week.
Oh, that's spot on. It's about, you made a great analogy, because it's not necessarily about you will hope that you win in 2027, but it's about field position. You know, if they gave you the ball, you got the ball at the 20-yard line in your own part of the field. You just want to sometimes just get to the 40 or 50 so you can regain field position and punt the ball. And that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to get some yards and get field position at Philadelphia. You know, we understand, you know, the obstacles that we're behind, because they've expanded the welfare state. Socialism sounds appealing to them, you know, because capitalism clearly, if Republicans actually stood for what this party's supposed to be about, we would easily show that capitalism is the way and free markets are the way. But when we put Republicans in there and they don't do what we voted them to do, give the mandate, it's hard to fight to say that, you know, our beliefs work. It's hard to fight that messaging. I know it works, but they're not seeing it.
Well, without a doubt, Alante, it has been just from this vantage point, seeing you in city council each week is a highlight. We have the Alante McCauley desk headed up by Kirk here, in which we track every maneuver that happens. And it's stunning. I don't remember being called a white savior too many times before. A lot of other things, but not that. So you've unleashed the whirlwind here. A lot of it inside the Republican Party, which is so needed. Where do we find you, Alante?
At Alante McCauley across all platforms. ALLANTEMCAULEY.
Any special July 4th message, or what are you going to be doing flipping Philly red on July 4th?
I will unfortunately be at work for most of that day, but I will be freed up in the evening. But I just want to tell, especially Black Americans, if you come across this message in your algorithms, to please celebrate July 4th. We have a lot of people like Al Sharpton, these radical Marxists, telling us not to celebrate. Just please love your country, love America. There is no better country in the world than America.
Thank you, Alante. It's an honor to have you on each and every time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, John Alante McCauley here on Talk Radio 1210. And he is a master of social media. Thinking of conferring with him on the Dom Giordano fan club. You know what logarithm is necessary here to do that? No, even on Twitter, he knows how to stir up a response on any number of issues. All right, 855-839-1210. We're coming to you next. All-time disappointment. Play you a little bit. Imagine if you're Caitlin Clark and your coach yesterday, instead of taking the opportunity to say, hey, look, don't put your hand on another player's throat if you don't want some blowback as far as what's happening to the Phoenix player. No. Go in a diatribe about hate has no home in the WNBA. Is that really true? All right. And I'm not a fan, Henry. Are you the Sophie Cunningham woman? I'm not a fan at all.
Well, it's like I was saying the other day. Like, you were signed to be the tough guy, the tough woman, so to speak. But then when these things happen, you're MIA. You're doing other things. You're pointing at other times. You're pointing the finger, You know, you're doing a good job being an instigator in that sense.
That's what she does.
But when she's on the floor and someone, presses down her neck, that's where you need to come over and get a technical.
I'm not using Sophie Cunningham. I'm going to South Philly. I'm looking for about a half hour. I'm finding some woman over on 9th Street, putting her out there with Army boots on to come into the game as a sub the first time they go after Caitlin Clark. What university did she play for? What are you talking about? No, wait a minute. I'm going to Serbia. Bombed out towns, just driving through. Her.
Yeah.
Would you like to make a few $1 million playing in the WNBA? What do I do? You know what to do. Okay. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. CNN commentator compares the Jewishness, in his words, of Shapiro versus Ossoff as far as who has the advantage in 2028. And I've seen this guy. He's an interesting commentator. He's getting killed. He is Jewish himself for saying Ossoff would not pass as much as Josh Shapiro. This is what the Democrat Party has come to. They're going after him, yet they're the ones that are doing this. They're the ones that are going after guys like Shapiro. As much as he tries to weave and dodge, no shot here with the Genocide Joe stuff and all. All right, we'll get into that, a little bit of the Caitlin Clark and your calls. All-time disappointment. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. All this robots from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. So I think this guy is relatively new. I've seen him on CNN. He's a little bit different than the average CNN commentator. And he's talking about, even though I don't know that he would spin it the way that I am toward what the Democrat Party has become. This guy Ossoff, running in the Senate, he'll run for president out of Georgia, versus Josh Shapiro. What do they have in common? They're both Jewish. Listen to what he says, and this is blown up to people going after him, when really they ought to be going after the Democrat Party because of what they've become. Here's what he said.
He's very good on being on message. He's very disciplined. He doesn't speak that much, and when he does, he stays on message. Question is, in a long presidential cycle, what's he like off script? Right. And does he have the fire in his belly to be able to do all of the rest of that on a debate stage? We don't know because we've never seen him do something like that.
He doesn't do a lot of adversarial media, doesn't go on a lot of podcasts. He will have to do that. But on the Jewish thing, because he is...
wrap it up real quick.
I was going to say, he is Jewish. He might be the Democrat that can thread the needle. Because even though he's Jewish, he's very critical of the Israeli government, very critical of Benjamin Netanyahu. He has credibility on that issue. So it's possible that I think he could fill that lane in between the two extremes of the Democratic Party.
Ask Scott Wiener how that's working out for him.
Yeah, as a Jew, some people read a little more Jewish than other people, and John Ossoff may not read as Jewish as Josh Shapiro does, for whatever that's worth. Both of you, thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it. This is a great panel.
Oh, my God, the end of the world here. And why are they, the other two commentators, whoever they were, are not acknowledging how crazy this is with Israel and the Democrat Party. Yes.
The woman on that panel there kind of gave him a look when he said that. Like, like a surprised look, like, oh, you're saying that. Okay.
Oh, it's blown up on Twitter big time. You're not allowed to. They're blaming him as far as being discriminatory toward his own faith. When really, I think his comment more gets at here, you have to be under disguise unbelievably in this environment. It's impossible. This guy, Scott Wiener, he's Mr. Trans Rights. And we played you that clip of him saying, we acknowledge this. And then they just drive him right out of the event. What are you doing here? And he's the guy that's been the principal guy. They acknowledge it. This is the secret sauce. This is what's driving them. This is what gets the juices flowing more than anything. Boy, I'm looking at the National Mall in Washington, man. Unless everybody's in the air-conditioned thing, not a lot of traffic between the exhibits there. So we'll see, maybe July 4th, what happens. Let's go to Joe. I was going to say this one, too. And I'll tell my side. This is a really good disappointment, I guess. Or, well, there's another word. Joe in Columbus. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Happy Three Kings Day.
Well, nice. We have to put random ones in here. Yes.
Yep.
Hey, Dom, I want to tell you, with that new fan page, Newman made you the undisputed winner and king of great hair.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
Well said.
It's a double pompadour. It's Liberace time. Where's my candelabra?
From here on out, it's not under discussion. I'll give that up.
Oh, no, we're going to have a hair off. Come into Mulligan's, the next one, with great hair and match you. We'll do that.
Yeah, don't make Linda Kern the judge, please.
Shots fired.
Henry's kind of suspect, too, with the tax on Jenny, of all people. My God.
Henry's the king of babyface. I told him that.
Yeah.
I got a little scruff going right now.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
Hey, Don, my initial side answer was what's his name? Phil Spector, because I'm a big Ronnie Spector fan, because you triggered me yesterday with that, your first guest, that woman who made a great point. She said that none of the elite in the WNBA is coming to women's salvation. Women,
yeah, Jennifer Say.
Women's
Yeah,
support.
Jennifer Say. Yep.
And I like to go beyond, extreme and ridiculous. And I always thought, what would happen if a good handful of AAU high school basketball players decided to identify as female and get rid of all those WNBA players? I wonder what they would support then. What would their stance be?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, Joe, that nobody has tried to jump into the WNBA and do that. You're right.
Well, Don, because they haven't been impacted. And that's how selfish the global elite are, not just in sports, but everywhere. Because it hasn't impacted them, they're not going to take a stance. It's cowardice.
I hear you. My only thought on the whole thing, Joe, is I love this because we're winning, but we're not winning quickly. This is going to drag on for another 5 to 8 years, and each time they're going to pay a price.
No, and we have learned to incorporate patience into our yeah. But Don, my side answer, and like you alluded to, I don't know if it was a disappointment or a relief, but we thought our world was going to get turned upside down. We were going to lose our bank accounts. We were going to lose our credit cards. We were going to lose our whole identity with the year 2000 changeover.
That is a great one. So, Henry, we had a meeting. I was just coming over to the station then. I don't even know if it was announced yet. It was with the head of operations, a guy named, you Google this and you'll see why he's legendary, Tom Bigby. He's deceased, I believe, but he was the guy who invented WIP as Guy Talk, among other things. And he was saying at the lunch with the general manager, they want me out at the transmitter. I'm not going to the transmitter. Like the head of CBS told him he had to go. And this is just a little bit before that. So I was finishing up, filling in Baltimore for something, and the show was over at 5 or 6. I was out of Baltimore. Like I had a death penalty chasing me, for the next 100 miles, whatever it is. I might have been home by 7 o'clock or something. And we're hunkered down at home waiting for midnight. The shows, the books that were written, talk radio for months, literally, almost every host would book once a day a Y2K guest of what was going to happen.
Crazy.
It was. So it's a disappointment, I think, outside the box. Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
The end of the Mayan
calendar.
calendar, the whole thing in 2012.
Yeah. Well, the Mayan calendar we dismissed a little bit, as wild as it was. But the Y2K, oh, man.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah. So that was my getting ready to come over here to Talk Radio 1210 from WWDB. The stealth of talk radio in the night, moving around. Oh, my God. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So it is with something that's an all-time disappointment. That could have been the word relief also goes with it. No word yet. I'm looking for the gas stations. I'll tell you tomorrow where they're really going to lower the price. President announcing that. We don't know by how much exactly. We'll talk with Dawn Fantasia at 2 o'clock today. Boy, I think Republicans spoke in the budget battle the last couple of days 70 times. But coming up, I'm going to play you a little bit of Paul Kenitra, who is equally as passionate about why in the world are we funding money in Jersey, a lot of money, to pay for kids to essentially butcher themselves for life. I mean, he made an amazingly impassioned speech. And I haven't played let me play the coach next of Caitlin Clark. Then we'll play the Kenitra right before dawn. 855-839-1210.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. Linseek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
As we celebrate 250 years of our nation's independence, over 6,000 crash-proof retirement clients like Rochelle Porto of Bucks County enjoy financial freedom from the pitfalls of Wall Street. They celebrate our nation's 250th birthday knowing all they worked for is protected and growing.
Independence Weekend, July 4th, we celebrate our nation's independence. I feel that same independence with crash-proof retirement because there's no fees, no risk, and growth every year. My principal has never gone down. I've always earned every year. Everything I've earned in that year creates a new principal, so I'm never going to lose what I actually put in. I've got the freedom to live out my dreams, and I've got the peace of mind to know that my retirement's going to go the way I want it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event taking place at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, July 22nd, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
The heat warning remains in effect through Saturday with record high temperatures in the forecast. Plenty of sunshine and very humid through the afternoon with a high 103, but it'll feel more like 110 at times. For tonight, very muggy under mostly clear conditions. Low 82 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And another hot and humid day on Friday, plenty of sunshine with a high again 103.
Sponsored by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. They're local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances at Newtown Square in Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. So here's the coach of the Indiana Fever, and it's kind of the direction of where we're headed here. We have the player for Phoenix who ends up with her hand on Caitlin Clark's throat after all the back and stuff that's happened here. And instead of, they suspend the player 1 game. She gets to throw the first pitch out at the Arizona Diamondbacks. They ought to have their head examined too. And then the coach of the Fever yesterday throws up a Kamala Harris word salad, but it's all around the idea of hate has no home here in general, meaning this stuff with Alicia Thomas. And again, I'm sorry, Henry. Alyssa Thomas. It's, of course, no one condoning death threats to anyone. Why go down that path? Because that's what they do. It's deflection away from the Caitlin Clark problem for the league. They don't like her. They don't want her in large measure. And yet she's the driving force that has gotten them prominence, some attention, and I would say a lot more money, without a doubt. When you can, I am shocked that the WNBA would ever be able to fill up an entire pretty big arenas on a regular basis when she plays. That's hard to believe. We don't even have a franchise in Philadelphia. But here's what the coach of the Fever said.
Yeah, I know. I got AB's sneakers on today. Before we start with questions, I just want to address, what's going on with AT. Protect our players. We've got to continue to support our players in our league. We get to play a basketball game. And AT was exactly right. Like, we get to play a basketball game. And yes, that's going to come with criticism. Yes, that's going to come with fans and the love-hate relationship that they have with players and teams. That is going to come. But it's not hard to not be a jerk. And if you are one of these people that are online doing this, do not call yourself a WNBA fan. Our league is about inclusiveness. Our league is about competition. Our league is about elevating women, elevating marginalized communities, including and being inclusive of all different walks of life. That is what our league has always been about from day one. That is what our league will continue to be about. And we will continue to compete at a high level, hold ourselves to a higher standard, continue to be on the forefront of social norms, and we will continue to support one another collectively as a league. Players, coaches, staff, support staff, everyone. We're about elevating. We are not about demeaning, demanding. We are not about continuing this narrative. And it's just absolutely unacceptable.
Okay, let's address it. And there's no ever any questions or anything else that goes on here. The homophobia part is the part that jumped out at me. And look, people look at the WNBA. One of the criticisms, it's not just that Caitlin Clark, I'm not even going to mention the other woman, she's a throw-in, the Cunningham woman, is a straight white female. And that is true. That's part of the antagonism that seems to be here in the WNBA. And this woman doesn't like that versus her own player, the cash cow, the one driving this with the league. They don't know what to do. They want to succeed, but they want to succeed on their own terms, which are unsuccessful. That's the bottom line. They've been unsuccessful up to now. And one of the reasons is, I think a lot of males, now I love basketball, so I watch basketball. Luke does. I think Henry watched some of this. Is that they're not good enough. That Clay Travis, for example, is right. That if you took, say, I don't know about every state champion. I can't say that. But if you took the winners, say, of California, maybe 5 to 8, maybe Pennsylvania, maybe Jersey, the championship that year of the bigger school, they would beat the average WNBA team. I think they would. Maybe not every time, but I take 9 out of 10. Case in point, when the women's soccer team lost to that junior male team, what was it, 5-0? It's shocking to me.
Yeah, under 15.
Yes. I mean, soccer, it's hard to lose 5-0 against anybody, and they're the world class doing it. It's not demeaning to women. It's just that it's not that interesting. She brings interest, the college stuff, what we've seen, shooting from the logo, among other things. I think she's an unbelievable passer. And yes, she's white. That probably has something to do with it. But the fact that she's white, straight, and gets all that attention, they can't stand it. So when she refers to the narrative, what I think she's talking about is the idea that somehow or another, we are bringing up the WNBA constantly and all this. Well, you look at the attacks upon Caitlin Clark, the ladies on The View, basketball experts extraordinaire, are saying that's just basketball. I don't see it that way. I think several times, the throat thing is something you just can't have your hand on someone's throat. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
You got to be suspended for that, particularly inadvertently going to the basket. You're trying to make a foul. You hit her throat. But someone on the ground already and hand on the throat, no, that's going to be problematic. We're exploiting. Henry, other final thoughts on this?
It's such an odd topic because I do think Stephanie White, the Indiana Fever coach, is correct and where people make it racial when I don't necessarily see it as a racial thing. I do see it more as Caitlin Clark was anointed the savior of the league before even stepping foot into the league.
Mm-hmm.
And to this point in her career, it's about, third season now in the WNBA.
Right.
She has not taken that step and become the best player in the league. I mean, she's still a phenomenal player, but, like, she is too thin. She is too scrawny. She does get pushed around, moved around.
Right.
Not saying, that entitles, anyone to just step on her neck or anything, but I do think Caitlin does have to earn a little more in order for this kind of, I guess, rhetoric to change and calm down.
I don't think it will.
I do think it will. I think
Okay.
if she becomes the player she was promised to be, I think this all goes away.
I'm sure that some of it as a rookie, it's always against a rookie too. But I do.
But
think,
it's her third year now. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is where it's gone.
Right.
Like, she's not ascending the way she should.
No, she's not. I wouldn't say she's overwhelming to that level either. But I do think even more than race, the sense of this woke league here is pretty apparent.
Well, that's the thing. And I also think the league is not I said it the other day. Like, the league's not focused on the product on the court. It seems like they're more focused on selling the controversy off the court, which is like the NBA does that to an extent. I mean, the NBA does a great job of marketing free agency and trades. I mean, oh my gosh, the talk of the town yesterday was the Jaylen Brown to the Sixers trade.
Yeah.
Whereas the WNBA, the talk of the town is, this player's being called racial slurs. This player's getting choked out. You know, it's not nothing to do with on the court. I don't know. I don't even know the state. I don't know who's the best team in the WNBA right now.
You could look it up, and even off air, there was a little controversy over this when I talked about it, saying, "Can you imagine Alvin Iverson being forced to go to something like this?" The WNBA held, I think it was in L.A., their opening event for whatever the L.A. team was called then, or for the WNBA too. First, second year of the league. At a lesbian club. I mean, it was known as that. That was the draw. So this was their big party. Not a good move by the WNBA, I don't think, to get engaged with that. Would the NBA do it at a club that was a gay club for males? And can you see NBA players? I mentioned Allen Iverson going to that.
Yeah.
This would be problematic. I mean, really, that's your opening salvo. You may want to rethink that.
Yeah, maybe a little, yeah.
Yeah, and for a while, that's been where a lot of this has gone. Is that the direct thing? It's a mixture with her. I think you're right, of this person coming in. But, I mean, isn't it leavened by the fact of look at how much more money you're making now?
Yeah, I just don't think the players around the league care.
And the leadership doesn't know how to deal with success now.
The commissioner is way in over her skis.
Yeah, exactly.
She needs to step aside.
All right, so phone lines are 855-839-1210. We just played your Progressive Women Gone Wild with some of this stuff from the WNBA. Get on board. All-time disappointment is what we're looking for. Dawn Fantasia, who never disappoints, will be here at 2 o'clock. And watch for much more of Josh Shapiro. The Inquirer says, he's going to be everywhere during America 250. Do you think Josh Shapiro might be walking through, Henry, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed, the All-Star Village that day? Somebody's going to walk through there. And I'm telling you, I need a long leash on my microphone if they're walking through.
We do need some sort of mic to get out there.
Mayor Jim Kenney, I used to do the Charlie Manuel show at the Shops at Liberty Place, was walking right through. He was going to the hotel in the middle of the day for some reason there. And I may have moved away from the stanchion to try to approach him.
Yeah.
Because that's the only shot I'd get. If Josh Shapiro's coming through, my first line, how's the jump shot? All right, 855-839-1210. You can grab a line right now. All-time disappointment is what we're looking for. America is turning 250, and Rescue Natural Supplements is celebrating in a big way. For a limited time, honor 250 years of freedom with a special Rescue Savings event. Buy any 2 or more single bottles, and you save 50%. Use that code FREEDOM250. That's right. Mix and match your favorite premium supplements and enjoy half off every bottle. So whether you're looking for quality omega-3s, natural cholesterol solutions, weight loss, or joint comfort formulas. Now's the perfect time to stock up and save. For over 40 years, Rescue has delivered research-backed wellness solutions and high-quality ingredients you can trust. And with prices rising everywhere, there's never been a better time to save on the supplements you need most. Just go to res-q.com, mix and match site-wide, and use that code FREEDOM250. Or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, because freedom feels even better when you're saving 50%. Shop online, save now, res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM250.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, biggest disappointment is what we're looking for. Amy Coney Barrett. By the way, the American Socialist Party, they're socialists, many communists, tries to masquerade as this, it's all about the working class. And when you take a look at what this comes down to, it's any number of people that are white, highly college educated and beyond. Hispanics only make up 9%, blacks 4%, Asians 5%, whites 85%. And it's just cosplaying. It's just a ruse in order to use affordability, working class, yada, 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 when really, I don't even know if the socialism is the point in many instances. That's not even the secret sauce. It's like another layer. The secret sauce is attacking Jews in Israel. That's where it really is happening. All right, let's go to Zenos in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom.
Good afternoon.
And we'll say Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas, because, you know, we're in that season right now from June to July, 25th, so we got to have that, and it's exactly 6 months. So Dom, I got to go straight to the, to the side question. My biggest disappointment was when Muhammad Ali fought Jimmy Young. And I'm going to tell you why. Jimmy Young, all he did was pepper him, beat him up. And Ali, all he did, he parked his ass on the third rope and just sat there. And for some strange reason, Jimmy Young won that fight, and they gave it to Muhammad Ali. To my dad was here, God rest his soul. That was the biggest disappointment of the boxing world. And let me tell you something. 3 people used to make Ali look bad. One was Joe Frazier, the second one was Ken Norton, and the third one was Jimmy Young. If you remember, Kenny Norton was the one that broke his jaw. He should have won that fight, Jimmy Young. He beat him there, and they gave it to Ali.
Thanks, Enos. Yeah, I don't know Young as much. I know Norton why. And Joe Frazier, we talked about why.
Sounds like he's been holding on to that one
for
a long time.
Yeah, that's right. He was sitting on Jimmy Young. You talk about disappointments. People go, it was 1896. By the way, it's a rehearsal dinner tonight for the Swift-Kelsey wedding.
Oh,
I didn't know that. Menu. Yes.
I saw Krispy Kreme.
So what day is the wedding? Is it tomorrow?
Is it?
No, I don't think so.
No,
it's not.
So they're holding a rehearsal dinner like a week in advance? What kind of cockamamie is going on here?
Interesting. I don't know. What is going on here? Huh.
All right. Dawn Fantasia in the On Deck Circle. 855-839-1210.
All right, we're enjoying our summer vacation, 4th of July, America's 250th, whatever it is. It's also time to think about your home. Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and even though I'm not with you this week, I know that if you're looking for a contractor who can help, you got to think about my friends at Emmons. EmmonsRoofing.com. Emmons delivers protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons is my go-to contractor for roofing, siding, and windows. And they even have a new bathroom division, and they remodeled the kids' bathroom, and it looks just absolutely amazing. Emmons doesn't just make your home look great, it makes it stunning from the curb. Energy efficient, secure, and ready to withstand the elements. You're going to get top quality, American-made products. It's going to increase your home's value and make your home more beautiful. From lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, to siding that insulates, to windows that blend style and performance, Emmons has you covered. Go to EmmonsRoofing.com. My great friends at EmmonsRoofing.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Boy, do we have a great prize today. I forgot to mention this. A pair of lawn tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2028, July 10th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. I don't know that Dave Matthews Band is as big as when they sold out. Was it Vet Stadium then? Nah, couldn't have been that long ago. Might have been Citizens Bank. They sold out a stadium here for 3 straight days. That takes some doing. Are they?
Oh, yeah.
They have A- level, but still, I would say they're
at their
pretty,
peak. Yeah,
yeah,
huge.
yeah. So, yeah. I guess we'll have that tomorrow too, maybe. So you'll win that
so, yeah.
today. But kicking off, and we're always glad to have her, particularly going through the throes of the budget in Jersey with the word affordability hanging everywhere. And I dug out one nugget from this battle of Don Fantasia and Paul Kenitra and the guy whose name I don't want to have to pronounce all the time, but we love having him on. The I-Man. Just the I-Man.
Ganamort.
Yeah, that's it. The I-Man over there. They spoke 70 times, these Republicans. I don't know if the Hazelnut Republican guy spoke. I love that guy. We got to get him on. You know, $10 million to declare the hazelnut. Then they have a farm they just happen to like over in New Brunswick, a hazelnut farm. And Jersey just continues on. But the schools are underfunded. That's the first thing I saw from Dawn I wanted to talk about. Let's go to Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia. Dawn, happy July 4th. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Dom. Happy holiday 250th to you.
Yes, and it feels like the same cycle again. 70 times the Republicans storm the hills. 1 if by land and 2 if by sea. Oh, what the heck, we're going to tax you anyhow in Jersey.
It was unbelievable. The preparation, the quick turnaround time of getting the budget in the wee hours of Monday morning, you know, and then being prepared on Tuesday to come in. I mean, we had obviously, you know, the initial budget, but all, you know, all of these pork projects and everything that they did, all the horse trading behind closed doors, the amount of reading. I said we were moving forward on about 3 hours of sleep and a few gallons of coffee, you know, to get us through. And we were all meeting and talking about the most egregious pieces of it. But the most bizarre part, Dom, is then afterwards, hearing the governor speak with her leadership team and reading the press release, you heard affordability, transparency. If you were to believe that, I'd say, wow, I want to go live in that state. And then I realized she was talking about New Jersey. That's not where we live. I don't know what state she was talking about, and it certainly wasn't the budget she just passed, because it's wild, absolutely wild.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask, the thing I zoned in, and my nugget has always been here, and this goes back to Murphy when these school districts were shocked. New Jersey Assembly, GOP, tweeted out, you may have too, that $800 million in new taxes, $360 million in pork, but schools underfunded by $400 million. How's that possible?
Absolutely. Well, you know, she talks about record education spending, right? Record education spending. But that's great story. But when you are sending your money to a concentrated number of favored districts with terrible student outcomes, which is incredibly unfair to those students and families, because you have adults spending the money like, their kids away with their parents' credit card on spring break, you can't celebrate record education spending. And they're saying we're fully funded based upon a very flawed John Corzine, one of our former awful governors, his S2 school funding, formulas. It's really a Corzine-era formula that absolutely turned entire fair funding on its head. You have districts in the suburbs and in rural areas who are paying exorbitantly more of their, quote, local fair share compared to other districts. So now they're having to cancel transportation. They're canceling classes. They're shoving 35 kids in a classroom together so we can send our money to the schools that throw their boards on planes and go to Honolulu and, and go to the Bellagio and have champagne in front of the fountains. It's the most unbelievable, egregious, disgusting thing.
After all that you've done, I'll let you riff on that because you have really laid that open this year about Newark. The one I've centered on, and maybe because it's Springsteen hatred, is Asbury Park over the years. You know my background in education. I don't know how much with the Abbotsford they were spending per student, but they are disgraceful, and it's college-level spending on the individual student there.
It's unbelievable. They are one of the highest, if not the highest. I have not checked their exact numbers, so I don't want to speak out of turn for this particular year, but they always are in the top three. And that district totally, we know, they totally disservice their students by lowering graduation requirements, by giving academic credit for those students doing community service, and they celebrated that as a win. And it's the most egregious thing. Their scores are horrible. I mean, Dom, in New Jersey, we boast having the best schools in the nation. So is us in Massachusetts, neck and neck and neck. Well, that certainly isn't the case when you look at the education gap, the gap between the haves and the have-nots. And you have schools where we're pouring money in, yet who's running the show there is not bringing those kids across the finish line. And overall in New Jersey, this statistic will blow your head off. 50% of students who graduate New Jersey high schools end up having to take a remedial class in English, math, or both when they arrive in college for no college credit at all. 50% of our kids. That's abhorrent.
So, Dawn, I feel for you, and again, Kenitra, who you've helped us get on, and the I-Man, et cetera. How do you guys go about, other than keeping the faith, true patriots here, too, as we're near July 4th, do you see any uptick here? And you can tell I'm recovering from Jack's loss here. I don't get it with Mikey Sherrill and what's going on here. How much does Jersey have to suffer before we see something here? What you did with Newark had to break through a little bit, but what has to happen to break through, Dawn?
You know what? It's really, there's a learning curve here because I feel like we're in uncharted territory with the bizarre election results that came in. I know that we have a serious push. We were really looking to the federal government to help clean up some of these voter rolls, to give us a hand here to make sure we're really playing on a level field because that remains to be seen. But, what I do find is the louder we become and the more aggressive that we become, sometimes, case in point, I was very, very vocal about the Highlands not getting a penny through this whole thing. Highlands, up by where I live, we provide the clean drinking water for 6 million New Jerseyans, including the city of Newark, and a lot of schools in the Highlands were just gutted. And, I called out a member on the other side who happens to have some towns in the Highlands, and I said, even you couldn't get anything across the finish line. And I do know on our side, the minority leader, Senator Bucco, was working to try to get some funds that way, which is entirely separate from pork. It's actually should have been in the initial budget to begin with. And lo and behold, this, person on the other side announces yesterday, oh, I think I was able to convince leadership to throw a little money this way. Oh, well, look at that. So if it means that we have to embarrass them, hold their feet to the fire, and shame them publicly, unmercifully, I can drink a lot of coffee and I can stay up many hours. I have a lot of friends on my side that are willing to do that. If it's public shaming, if it's the media, any way that'll work is exactly what we're going to do.
Dawn, now with the budget done, that's the big issue. What is shaping up? What's your read? And again, I said this during the campaign, nobody better was insightful and connected to crisp analysis on Mikey Sherrill. What's going to happen next here? What's the big issue? We know the electric bills are obscene. Are they really going to? Our guy at the Shore, Robin Schaefer, doesn't think there's any foreign taker out there to go the windmill route again. What does Dawn Fantasia think?
Well, let's hope not, because one might think after getting smacked in the face with a $175 million loss, that wouldn't happen. But here's New Jersey and our AG jumping on the bandwagon, trying to sue the federal government to reinstitute the ability to have offshore wind instead of moving towards the logical choice right now, the right now choice, which is back to clean natural gas and promoting our nuclear. Now, we've seen the nuclear needle move a little bit in New Jersey, but so far the natural gas has all been lip service coming out of this administration. So I'd watch for that. I'd watch for where we're going on actual base energy production as opposed to all these supplementals. And the second big issue that is going to tank the state of New Jersey is the health insurance. They call us in a death spiral for the state benefit plan and for the school benefit plan. They put literally, I don't even want to call it a Band-Aid, maybe it's a thin layer of gauze, is what they tried to do this round. But that is going to tank the state of New Jersey. It's going to cause a lot of problems between the governor's administration and the rank and file employees and all of the school employees, the NJEA. So keep a really close eye on what happens, because that's going to be the next thing that lands on her plate.
The affordable housing, back to that again, and just fever pitch when people realize, I tell you all the time when you're on Medford Lakes, they had the town hall, the council meeting. They went nuts, and we made the point, well, that's Mikey Sherrill. Jack Ciattarelli would have fought that, at least tried to fight it effectively. Where does that stand? It's been quiet, it seems to me, for a while.
No, it's happening. It's kind of insidious. It happens behind closed doors. It happens quietly in towns that are forced to approve some of these really crazy projects. They're facing the builder's remedy lawsuits and whatnot. What I would like to see is a move more towards, mixed use, where there's a lot of talk on both sides about utilizing things like abandoned shopping malls and existing things that are right next to infrastructure, transportation infrastructure and jobs. That tends to make a bit more sense. But, we're not budging. Up in our rural communities, we don't have the water capacity. We don't have the sewage capacity. A lot of rural towns obviously rely on septic and things of that nature. We have schools that, certainly couldn't handle a giant influx of students. So, the battle will rage on for that. I'm very curious to see where it lands. We had a bunch of towns take the state to court over these decisions, and over Mount Laurel decision, and then A4, which was the other legislation that was like the second punch in the face from the Murphy administration. And, we're not getting a lot of help from the feds to actually fight that. So, again, a real tenuous issue, and I'm sure we'll see a lot about it this year.
PA seems to be more the battleground over the AI data processing center, which there is a lane here. We try to tell Stacey Garrity each time she's on, we go through that. And Jersey would seem to be, maybe people in both parties would be a bit cautious about the AI processing centers. How about in Jersey?
Yeah, we're seeing that. We're seeing a fair amount of pushback. We're seeing a lot of conversations about the pros. We're seeing a lot of conversations about the cons. I think as the technology develops, it may ease some of that. Obviously, the number one concern is the water. Right now, water is really the name of the game, which is why we also can't have all of these high-density housing monstrosities because of water. And, AI takes up an incredible amount of that currently. I know there's new technology that has different kinds of cooling and whatnot, but again, you are going to have pushback from people when you talk about nuisance. But then on the flip side of that, it really truly does produce jobs. It's an emerging technology, produces a lot of jobs, at least in the interim of the construction phase. So again, the jury's really out here, but definitely erring on the side of caution, because the public is not really sold. The New Jersey public is not 100% sold on this.
Dawn, where do we find you on Twitter and other places?
You can find me on Twitter, DawnFantasia_NJ, and on Facebook, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia.
And I love the rolling down the highway, Dawn Fantasia pontificating on the issues of the day. A lot of car videos and things of that nature.
Yeah. Hey, I'm on the move, right? It was budget season, and sometimes you just got to pull over.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dawn, very much. Have a great 4th. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Don. Take care.
All right, and all that started a couple of years ago, Henry, with the bears and the trash cans.
Yeah.
And the all-time great name of any guest, Dawn Fantasia. I don't know which part of it.
Got to have your bird feeders 9 feet up in the air.
That's
take
right.
Them down
Oh,
every
those
night.
bears, yes. And I'd like to put into the bill the bears are not that fast, but that's another story. I still dispute that. All right, all-time disappointment, but right now, no disappointment. We have a big prize for today's...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Playing for a pair of lawn tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, July 10th. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we are asking for something that kind of disappointed you in a way. And it's safe to say that this music artist I'm going to play for you today disappointed fans and non-fans alike. So I'd say back late 2000s, early 2010s, this person might have been the biggest pop star on the planet. Like she was that big. But then right around the late, I want to say 2017, started dropping some albums that people really just stopped connecting with. And on top of that, started doing some things that just seemed out of touch. I mean, this was a person that went from, speaking to girls saying, I know what you feel like. I was that, say, fat girl. I was the girl that got picked on. I make this music for you. Whereas then she just started making music for outer space, I guess you could say. That's just what all her music started to sound like, some sort of space-themed thing. And then on top of that, she did some very odd things like forcing a kiss on somebody at work when they didn't want it, taking one of the most scrutinized 11-minute flights of all time and acting very pretentious about it, like she did something, like she flew the plane, when in fact she didn't. And then on top of it all, her boyfriend is just, we've talked about him on this show ad nauseum. It's been a while, but I mean, for a while, her boyfriend was just one of the most maligned people on earth who disappointed an entire nation of people. So I want to know who this is who has disappointed a lot of fans and non-fans alike just with her behavior in recent years. Let's take a listen to her covering All You Need Is Love by the Beatles.
Oh, man. oh, yeah.
One of the biggest pop stars of the 2010s who, in recent years, if she's in the headlines, it's usually not for a good reason.
I think I have a Matt DeSantis connection to this, too.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, good. So I didn't give anything away. Oh, yeah, I'll explain. Okay. Oh, yeah, ask about that. I think it was at a convention, too.
Oh.
Yes, in Philadelphia. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You're off to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon, on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money?
All right, a hat tip to Matt DeSantis. I got one right today behind the scenes, and that's why it was on my mind. I'll explain in a moment. But all this disappointment, here is the cover of the Beatles song, Very Disappointing. That's got me that easy there.
Yeah, this came after the downfalls. You released this in 2021. This is in the midst of the backslide.
And I agree. There's so many boyfriends. I'm trying to catalog which one here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, either her or Taylor. You still got to go with Swift.
Because Taylor, the song's about them, whereas Katie, it's
yeah. All right, let's go to Sal and skip back. Sal, who's singing that cover?
Hey, Dom, I didn't like the way she said easy either. I'm going to just say Jennifer Lopez.
Oh, no. All right. No, good try,
she
Sal.
has not had a backslide. She's not disappointed.
No. Donna in Voorhees. Donna, who is it?
It's Katy Perry.
Nicely done.
Nicely done. I like when they say it is. And if you say no, it's not, they're like, it is. Nicely played, Donna. Enjoy the Dave Matthews Band. Big prize. Hope to have that again tomorrow. The DeSantis story, it was the convention of, I guess it would have, man, time rolls on. Was it 2016 here with the Democrats in Philadelphia? Yes, because it was Hillary versus Trump. So Matt DeSantis happened to see the run-through. I think Katy Perry was the big performer there. and he saw her without all the glamour of the stage thing, the lights, the makeup, etc., and said, "Oh man, yikes!" It was like the Seinfeld, the good light, the
right, yeah.
Oh my God, yes. And that's the one thing I think she had going for her.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, and the number one boyfriend that was a.
What, the current one?
Oh no, I thought you were going back in time.
No, I'm talking about right now.
Oh, I don't even know who it is now.
Yeah, you do.
Who?
It's Justin Trudeau.
Oh God, I didn't.
They've been going out for just about a year now, officially.
Okay, I haven't been following that one. Okay.
Oh, you haven't been following that one?
No.
It's the weirdest relationship of all time. It's got.
Wow, that is murderous. All right, so DeSantis, I'm not sure if he's in the building today for the afternoon show, was spot on this one. And that was an unbelievable convention because I was very friendly with the communications person for the DNC. Over the years, she got me sheriff from her estate, Richard Dreyfuss, and Cory Booker, who actually did that thing he does, with the hands folded together and bowing his head at you. And Pelosi's daughter, who was a documentarian.
The filmmaker, yeah.
Yeah, and she said something like, well, I don't like where this interview is going. We're like 30 seconds in. Well, so if things go right, we will be, I think we're going to be at the All-Star Village.
Yes.
And that's July 14th, the All-Star Game Day. You never know who might be walking through. Who would be number one on my list? Might be a side question that you'd like to hear impromptu. Hey, Mr. Krasner, what do you think of tonight's game? Well, I'm on the pitch, and I think they're, no. I would say Josh Shapiro even more than Larry Krasner. Because I think he is so spiteful, he would go into his whole thing, how to elect conservative, the whole thing. I'd have to go, I'm ready with him sitting on height jokes. I got a whole thing ready to go. Mr. Jump Shot. All right, so we'll be there, and hopefully, I think there might be any number of athletic commentators of one sort or another passing through. Maybe Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, there's some former players and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Because the All-Star game is still a thing. You'd have to argue it is still the number one midsummer because of where it is and growing up with. We didn't see these other players. Other than the pitchers, it's kind of limited more so now. But the NBA, I can't even watch. The NFL doesn't even do it. I don't even know what they do.
Now,
yeah. And the Flyers, the hockey, they tried all kinds of stunts and all.
NHL's good. They switch it up every year. Yeah, like when they did the Four Nations the other year. Yeah. That was very good.
But this is still a big deal, and it used to be such a big deal because you didn't see the American League players.
I do kind of miss that. Yeah, just playing one division one time.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, that. Because then the All-Star game meant something. You're playing for home field advantage in the World Series.
Right.
Yeah, it's lost a little bit of its luster.
That's why I was okay with putting Mizorowski in last year because it was overwhelming, and it is a spectacle that you still want to draw people.
Well, the way it's going right now, I don't know if he's going to start the All-Star game. It looks like it might be our friend Christopher Sanchez. Maybe.
Okay.
The way it shakes out, yeah.
Okay. Well-deserved. I don't know how Stott and Bohm, the Phillies running ads for them to be All-Stars. I'm like,
oh,
what did
my
I
gosh.
miss?
I was at the game on Tuesday, and it's everywhere. And I'm Stott, among second basemen, I think he's up there, but Bohm.
Yeah, but Stott's hitting like 230 or something,
it's not a good crop of second basemen.
Okay,
I'll say that much.
Yeah, but Bohm at third base at power, he's got 10 home runs now. Whoa.
Still voted for both of them, but
it'll be Schwarber, Harper, Marsh, Wheeler, and Sanchez.
Yeah, I'd say that five's a good.
Yeah,
good
well, that's a pretty good number. Yeah. If JT Remuto's in there, the catchers, it's like, he's the most right. Now we got a whole new thing. He's the most right on the ABS call.
Oh, yeah, I believe that 100%. He was to start the season. I know it was a bit of a lull, but he's sharp with it. Him and Marchand, they're both really good at it.
Yeah, so, that's going to be a new category. Hall of Fame.
Oh, totally.
OPS.
Yeah.
ABS.
Mm-hmm. Put another stat in. Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of which, I've been sitting on this to bring this new study out. Indicates that looks don't matter as much as a voice when it comes to robot restaurant servers. They don't care how it looks. They just want a deep voice in the server. And they're okay. We may have to explore that in the side
What does
quest.
that mean? Is it deep voice?
An official kind of voice that's pleasant but deeper. That's what they want.
Okay, I can get, and this is for what, a robotic or electronic type of orders?
Yeah, I would rather have a female robot, but what are you going to do? Yes.
Same.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, even if it's a female robot, I do think you kind of want them to have
Authoritative,
a
deep
deeper voice. Yeah.
You don't want to hear Joy Behar's voice.
God,
right,
no.
exactly.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I feel like the women commentators, they all have a deeper voice for the most part.
Imagine, all right, bring me another server. I don't want this one. And they bring out Sonny Hostin in. Oh, my God.
No.
That's
No.
Yeah. Well, Whoopi's not doing anything now. We can do that. Mondani today proclaims that New York City is a union town. Okay, so we didn't know that. What's a bigger union town? I would say Philadelphia still is. And that's a large part of our problem. Because when you're a union town like Northeast Philadelphia, what does that do? It gets those politicians like the Gallagher guy that we've been talking about and Sean Doherty and all these Democrats. They'll pitch in. They won't say anything about Larry Krasner. They'll let it go because they'll say, hey, we're one of you, working class union. So how big of a problem still? I am seeing, though, that some of the union people in town are pushing back on Mondani. When are we going to see that here? One union member. I know the firefighters guy is very good. But when they're willing to push back, then maybe there will be more of an element of change here. 855-839-1210. You get in. Michael in Wilmington is lurking. Hey, Michael. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir?
Good.
Thanks for taking my phone call.
You're welcome.
Good to talk to you today. Dom, I wanted to tell you real quick, since you were talking, I meant to mention a couple other times I called in, but Joe Frazier was my neighbor when I was growing up in Lafayette Hill, 3 homes down from where I lived with my dad and mom. He was our next door neighbor.
I didn't know that. What was he like in the neighborhood? Were the Fraserettes out there ever with him?
I have to tell you, I was a young boy, but he was always kind, nice guy, let us in the house quite a few times with my dad and mom. He always had these weird, African masks. I guess when he was fighting Muhammad Ali, in the Thriller in Manila, he always had, spears and these big, African headdresses. It was there was a tiger skin on the rug. It was really really kind of an odd home. I was a young boy. I was like, hey, Dad, I'm like, this home is really interesting. But he was a nice guy. Not many people knew that he was there because he was very under the radar. He was always down at his gym by Temple University. But, yeah, he lived 3 homes down from us. So really nice guy.
That is great. Well, Michael, I can tell you by the point that I got to know and met him at all these Rizzo events and all, he was really starting to show the signs, whatever the ailment was from all those years. But still, when you introduced him and brought him up, he was in pretty good shape. And, the big thing, boxers, they always got to do that punching stuff with you and all. It was frightening when he came up because even though it was all in play, immediately he was underneath you. You know what I mean? He didn't just do it. He got underneath you in that crouch, and you were like, oh, my God.
And God forbid he slips and gives you a body shot. You're going in the hospital for life.
I'd rather take a shot to the head not Mike Tyson. But other than that, what I think Joe Frazier must do to your insides, oh, my God.
So those blows, I know he had a vicious left hook, but taking a body shot from that guy, forget it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, Dom, wanted to get to my side here. What came to mind for me is one of the biggest disappointments, an historical one, was the California gold rush. You had all these people leaving everything they own, wheeling out there in wagons and horses, to get out to the California. Oh, there's gold in them darn hills. And then many people never made it. Only a few people struck it rich, and many people ended up poorer than when they started because of all the money they dumped into all these mines and rivers and never found 1 ounce of gold. Yes,
Very
it
nice.
was big, but a huge disappointment for a lot of people.
Thank you, Michael. Hey, by the way, I won't say the place. There's no reason to, but a good one on Twitter, Henry. saying that this place was widely touted, great fries, but barely acceptable pizza. There's something about pizza. Other foods people will pick up. I meant to mention when we were down the shore, I was getting a sandwich quickly, Wawa, but when I was broadcasting from there, and I saw this guy putting the Wawa pizza out of whatever the plastic was in the oven. It was like, oh, my God, let me out of here. I'm counting down the seconds. I can't look. What is it about pizza that drives us to levels of the folding, unfolding, of the pineapple thing that we just are crazy versus any other food almost?
Because it's one of the few foods I think everyone eats.
Exactly right.
I don't think you ever meet a person who's like, I don't like pizza.
Right.
I don't think I've ever heard
that's
that
true.
uttered.
Yeah, I think that's it. There's something sacred about it.
Mm-hmm.
And imagine these people, all these soccer fans here. Oh, I just came back from Wawa and got a great pizza. What is it with the ranch dressing, too? Though?
I don't get that either.
Oh,
I don't get it.
I don't either.
I thought about this. I've heard you guys complain about this before. I think it's a generational thing. I think you guys grew up in it being primarily just a dressing.
Yes.
And now it has become a dip. And I just think there's
it's
more
a
of a
thing.
I don't like
Yeah,
ranch.
it's not. Yeah, no one's going to.
But even as a dip, is it that?
I like
No.
ranch. I don't like it as much as, other people. Some people love it. I mean, they swear by it. But yeah, it is that big. I would say like people, maybe their 1A is ketchup and their 1B is ranch in terms of like dipping sauces.
And in Europe, they don't dip ranch.
In Europe, I don't know if they have ranch.
How could that be? The modern, I don't get it.
I don't know. They don't have AC either, so.
And I've seen them down gallons of that stuff. Why? I mean, before
Dipping could be part of it. All right, so let's round them all up. All-time disappointment we're looking for. 855-839-1210. By Mandani has upped this game today. Now he's not just saying do a public service, do a solid to the grid, set your house at 78 degrees, your air conditioning or some crazy thing. He's saying if you don't today, people are going to die. Here we go. Here we go on this march. Already trying to get the fingerprints up. He gets credit for the Knicks, but the power grid he has nothing to do with. And how about jumping into a pool in a full suit? The bench press. Oh, that never happens. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line here on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Feel the power of the Acura Integra. You control how you move with its integrated dynamic system. Take the wheel of the ADX with available premium Bang & Olufsen sound. Experience the power of the MDX together with space for 7 passengers. But why keep talking? Experience performance that speaks for itself. Acura.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hurry into the Acura Summer of Performance event happening now.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
The heat warning remains in effect through Saturday with record high temperatures in the forecast. Plenty of sunshine and very humid through the afternoon with a high 103, but it'll feel more like 110 at times. For tonight, very muggy under mostly clear conditions. Low 82 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And another hot and humid day on Friday. Plenty of sunshine with a high again 103.
Sponsored by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. They're local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances at Newtown Square in Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Robert and Ben Salem is next here. I got somebody on Twitter saying Oppenheimer was an all-time disappointment. No, that's not certainly. The sex scenes were not. Come
What,
on.
the movie or the person?
Yeah, Oppenheimer is a questionable figure. Somehow or another, he pulled it all together, but he wasn't the driving force. And he says the atomic bomb was a disappointment.
Huh.
What? What did he expect to happen with that? No.
I like Truman being like, oh, get this guy out of my sight. I'm the one who pulled the trigger on this. He just made it.
Very few presidents, poll of the number of presidents, 47 or 46, I guess. No, 46. How many would have used the atomic bomb? And I would tell you Hillary Clinton would have. Trump certainly would have.
Mm-hmm.
But the numbers are not as many as you might think. I'm suspect of FDR even. People like that. Too cunning, too whatever. Harry Truman said, that's it. And after the first one, and they don't surrender, use the second one. Let's go to Robert and Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. Dom, before I get to my side answer, I read the decision on the birthright citizenship, and I read Thomas's and Alito's dissents. And it's really weird because they were both spot on in their dissents and what was going to happen as a result of this ruling. Unfortunately, the question before the court wasn't is birthright citizenship legal? It was, does a president have the power to change or create laws through executive orders? And like when Obama created Obamacare and then he tried to get the carve-outs for the unions afterwards, the Supreme Court said you can't change a law with an executive order. When Biden tried to do it with student loans, they said you can't change law or create law with an executive order. So they're consistent in this ruling on Trump's executive order, unfortunately. What the problem is that it would have to go to Congress for them to do something via statute. But even if Congress was able to do that, and we both have our doubts on their ability to do that, it might go to court again because they're going to say since it's embedded in an amendment within the Constitution, it might require the amendment process to change it, which would probably make it impossible. And I'm not saying this trying to win favor points from you. I'm just reading it and interpreting it as it should be, So it's a bad ruling that was a correct ruling, and we don't say that very often, I don't think,
And you say that even after reading the two dissents.
No, the dissents were spot on. They were exactly right in what's going to happen as a result of this ruling. But the question before the court wasn't is it right? It's does the president have the right to change it through the executive order? And on that ruling, they were unfortunately correct because it's consistent with past rulings on presidential power. And Dominic, I do not say that. Dom, I'm sorry. I do not say that to you with any joy in my heart.
No, I know.
Me.
I have to go back and reread it. I think it was broader than that. They're claiming something, Robert, that I'm a little amazed that we've even got to this point, that this wasn't about African Americans who were freed in the Confederacy. It was about something else. That's made up to me. It really was not about anything else.
Well, I think that the SAVE Act and the birthright citizenship are two things that Trump has got to get on Congress about after the midterms. And I'm not saying he's going to be successful, but Congress has to act on both of these things, or else we're going to lose a lot no matter what happens in 2028. You know what I mean?
I realize we need a jolt here before the midterms, and I don't see the capability, too many distractions to absolutely do that. The convention in mid-September, or post-Labor Day at least, in Dallas, I had high hopes for. Now I think it might even be problematic.
Well, Thune's a disgrace because if the guy who was in charge, who was the majority leader when they passed the Civil Rights Act, was like Thune, the Civil Rights Act would have never passed. He made the Democrats do a talking filibuster, which they did for 73 days. But the bill still passed afterwards, and that's what Thune's got to do. He's got to get these people to do a talking filibuster. If he doesn't, he's a failure. He's an absolute failure on an 80-20 issue. But I don't want to take too much time. Dom, this heat is making me think of winter weather because I miss it now.
Okay.
But I remember when I was a kid and it was snowing outside and everybody's thinking, yay, we're going to get off from school today. And then you read the numbers at the bottom of the TV or you listen to the numbers on the radio and your school's numbers don't come up. Everybody's got off from school but you today, man. And that was the biggest disappointment I had when I was a kid. If I did not see 755 on that TV screen, I was saying, crap, we got to go to school. So that was my disappointment. Not a big one, but.
No, that is a great one. That is outside the box. And I remember as a teacher, I knew the numbers of the surrounding districts in South Jersey. You hear all them coming off. And they're not in your little cluster. And then one guy, usually a male, breaks the code and says it. And then within 30 seconds, the others jump in and do it. One guy had to be bold enough. You're off. Of course, Philadelphia says, we have Chromebooks. Yeah, you're on.
Well, that does stink.
Yeah.
I think snow days have become kind of soft almost. If snow's even in the forecast for overnight or the next day, they just call it. They just go, all right, that's it. We're not taking any risks.
They can do it because of the fraud of saying we're in school.
I guess, but Philadelphia can, but I'm saying like even surrounding school districts, they're not doing the Zoom day. They're not doing the virtual day. They're just like, oh, let's get out. Let's get out. We're done.
It depends on, somebody bold enough, whichever way they go. And then I don't know who the leader is now.
Like going to Bishop Shanahan. It's the only Catholic school in Chester County, so everyone comes from all the surrounding school districts. So you're looking, you're texting with everybody like, hey, what's any word from your school district? What's going on here? Is it, what's going on? And then, you just need one nearby, and you're like, all right, I'm good. I'm good. Even if Downingtown School District doesn't have a delay, doesn't have anything, I have a delay.
Well, how about the places delayed for 3 hours and early dismissal for 2 hours?
Yeah, just going to school.
These weasels getting away with it. They're geniuses at this. And now that you've given them the Zoom thing and COVID, Philadelphia schools forever. Slightest mention of the word heat, off. All right, it is the lightning round next. I see a lot of good ones coming up. 855-839-1210.
Experience class.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, let's go. This is we should have taken this off the board. All-time disappointments. Let's go to Bruce in the Northeast. Hey, Bruce, good afternoon. What's yours?
Hey, Dom, good afternoon. Dom, real quick, you want to hear a harmless rumor? Listen to this. What's the story on Robert of Ben Salem getting his own radio show there at the station?
There you go. Let's start there.
Just a rumor. You can play with that. You can throw that about.
Okay, thank you, Bruce, for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he's good. Robert's really good, you know.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
That'll get all the other guys imitating Bruce of Northeast next now.
The next host.
Come on, Michael Wilmington. How's your Bruce of Northeast impression?
There you go, yeah. Listen, there was two epic films. There was The Godfather and The Godfather 2, which was even better. So you're anticipating this great Godfather 3 movie? And what a major disappointment, man.
All time, even though it has one of the greatest scenes and one of the greatest lines about wetting your beak.
Oh, yeah.
The wetting of the beak thing, and then the scene in the, spoiler alert, in the AC when they lock him in and shoot him with a helicopter. That's beautifully done.
Also, you forgot the iconic line that they do in the Sopranos.
Yes, yeah.
Just when I thought it was out,
they
pull me back.
And I'm not objecting to the Vatican being involved in what they were. Given what we know today, God only knows how many popes were involved. Oh, yeah, let's ally with the mob. And by the way, the Pope is still not coming here tomorrow, or is it July 4th? I think it's tomorrow is the Liberty Medal thing.
Well, there's so many things
busy.
going on. There's the Kelsey Swift wedding. There's
that.
There's Michael Rubin's white party. I mean, there's too many big things to get here.
Yeah, man, I'm not invited to that one either, and not to the Brian Fitzpatrick wedding. I know that got lost in the mail. Send the invitation so we can put it out there, Brian. Lance in Springfield Township. Lance, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. I have an epic disappointment. But first, they do have ranch dressing in Europe. They just call it by the proper name, and that's mayonnaise. But what I wanted to tell you is, I was never an art person, but my wife started taking me to art museums, whatnot, been to Philly. Love it. Went to the Barnes, thought that was pretty cool. We went to MoMA. So that's the Museum of Modern Art in New York. What a disappointment. 2-hour drive, $40 for parking, $80 a ticket to see a can of Campbell's soup. What do you say about that?
Beautifully done. Nice. Yeah, that is a disappointment.
Another one someone's been sitting on for a while.
Yes, because it's true. It's cockamamie, but somebody says it's not. So what happens? I think Seinfeld did at least 2 episodes with the remember they had the rich couple looking at the portrait of Kramer?
Oh,
I see him. I loathe him. Yes.
We'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. Steve Pack is out there in Washington Township. Hey, Steve. Good afternoon. What's happening with you today?
Hey, Dom. How you doing, buddy? I just calling Kurt. I listen every day, but I'm in the shop, so closed early today since it's so hot out, and I'm driving home. And one thing I wanted to talk about real quick is these politicians cause the problems of our electric grid and all this, and stopping using fossil fuels. It's 104 in Dubai, and every building is air conditioning. They have the world's tallest buildings. Every home is air conditioning, and they don't tell people to stop using the air conditioner because they use oil and natural gas to make electricity. So this is one thing. They want us to, politicians want to make us feel bad to fix the problems that they started. So that's one point that I want to.
Oh, exactly. And I wonder if Mondani is going to top. Remember what he did with the snow shovelers in the wintertime?
Right.
The nonsense with that, with the nonsense he's putting out there now. We'll see.
Who knows? Maybe he's going to hire people to go out and mist people. You know what I mean? Just spray them down with some water and put a fan in front of them or something. Who knows? Who knows?
You know, if we could get Lloyd Braun in the ear of Mondani, maybe you'll have everybody wear name tags too.
Yeah, it's possible. So, but real quick, I'm going to give you something that's real disappointing. It's a South Philly thing. The closing of Federal Pretzel and also Abbott's Milk. I used to love that as a kid. It always seemed better and colder for some reason than any other milk. So I don't know why, but who knows?
Good stuff, Steve. Thank you. When are you sitting in again?
Hopefully soon. I'm waiting for the call. Actually sitting here, but who knows? But you have a great 4th of July. Thanks for putting me on, Tom. I appreciate
You're welcome,
it,
Steve. Thank you very much. Stay in the bullpen there. Why do I always yearn to see Mariano Rivera in the bullpen? He's putting the heating pad on the arm and getting going like this. And you know what that means? I'm not throwing anything but cutters tonight. You know it. I know it. I don't even know what it means, but you're not going to hit it. The ball did look different.
Yeah.
He's one of those rare athletes.
Well, even when they lost the 2000 World Series, Luis Gonzalez blooping it into center, barely got it.
Yeah, exactly. Jim in Boyertown. Oh, Joe of Exon's got a great one. Got to get to him, too. Mm-hmm. Hey, Jim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tom, Henry. Hey, I don't know if you remember back in the late 1990s or early 2000s, there was a big secret. I remember hearing about it on Good Morning America. It was called IT, and this was being prompted by a lot of news media and everything. It was supposed to be bigger than the internet. Nobody knew what it was about. It went on for years, 5+, maybe 10+ years. In fact, Steve Jobs and Bezos were very interested in the concept, but the secret got out. And what it ended up being, because I remember seeing it on Good Morning America when they announced it, it was like a big two-wheeled vehicle with a T handle on it, and the whole thing flopped. The company involved with it was Segway.
There you go. I was waiting on that one. I was doing the overnights at WWDB. A Drudge started putting these up. It's going to revolutionize the world. It was the Segway. Downtown Philadelphia, they had one for tourists who are nerdy over at 5th and Market in a garage there, and you can still do it.
Yeah, it was just wearing a helmet on that thing. It's just, ugh.
The Segway. What a scam. Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what do you have today?
Your theme song?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. For my side answer, Hunter Biden was born into privilege and grew up with every advantage before him for curating a financially secure career. But instead, he goes down the road of indulging in cocaine and eventually becomes a nobody burger.
Thank you, Joe. Donna in Malvern, quickly. Donna, what do you have today?
Good afternoon, Dom. It's nice to speak to you.
Thank you, Donna.
I have November 1st, 1999, Walter Payton died. He was a neighbor. Our sons played soccer together, and our claim to fame is that one night spent the night with our son, he wet the bed in our house.
All right, Donna. All right. Whoa, what an ending. All right, Kirk.
Right?
There you go.
So
we have the Walter Payton in the house, and we have the Joe Frazier in the house. Wow.
Great neighbors.
Great neighbors.
With that,
go ahead. Yes.
With that, so I'm going to go with Lance in the clutch from Springfield Township with the Museum of Modern Art in New York City.
Yes, I like that call a lot. I possibly could go with that one. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there were 3 answers I liked.
Yeah.
Xenos and Upper Darby with the Ali versus Jimmy Young fight, because like I said, he'd been sitting on that for a while, seemingly. Robert Ben Salem with, the disappointment not getting a snow day, not seeing your school up there. And then, despite me not liking the answer of Segway, it's too played out, it's too easy. I didn't realize that the whole build-up on his answer was leading to that, so yeah.
All right, let's go with the one from Kirk here. I'm flat out of time, Henry. Sorry, put that name into the hat. Afternoon show is next here on Talk Radio 1210.